Well, and here we are. Wait a couple minutes and see who shows up. See if anybody's on at the moment. All right. Fix a couple things there. See if we can get this a little bit more into play. All right. Let's see who's on board here. Got a few people on. If you guys are here, we got at Hub saying hello. And probably wait just a couple minutes before we get into, real topics. That way we can see who else kind of shows up. But if you have any questions, you can go ahead and pop them in the chat. I'm just getting a couple other things set up real quick. I was a little bit late. Some weather things started changing. I was actually supposed to shoot this on location out at the lake. And just for those that are here, I was going to do a whole live stream out there using Starlink and everything else. And crazy weather came in. So I ended up basically leaving the place I was at. I was at the lake and, I kind of had my whole RV set up and everything, and a bunch of clouds, weather started coming in. So I actually took off early and left that place. So, but if you guys have any questions, you can go ahead and start popping some things off if you want. I'm just kind of grabbing a couple of pages here for info, just so I have a couple things to talk about, but don't need this. Yeah. All right. So we have a few people here, but yeah. So anyway, if you've never been to my YouTube channel before, my name is Johnny. I show people a whole bunch of different ways on how to power up their world, whether it's at their home, in their RV, and more. So those are kind of the topics I talk about. So if you're new here, welcome. I'm glad to have you guys here. And it looks like we got a Scooter Wisdom saying hi. And again, if you guys have any questions, you can definitely pop them into the chat down below. I will answer them as I see them. And, we'll kind of talk about that or any of those questions that you have. Let's see here. All right. So I guess a little bit more on the background. I was actually, again, up at the lake shooting a video up there, which luckily I ended up canceling that video, I guess, because one, it wasn't going very well, which sometimes it's funny how that, happens, is that you get a video idea in your head, you kind of go out to shoot it with something that you took with you, and then it just kind of falls apart. Not to mention I had being spring break around here, one of the locations I like to go to was a little bit crowded. And so I wasn't able to complete that video because there were so many people around, lots of noise, people staying up till like 2 or 3 in the morning, people with, not to mention loud generators. Funny. They were running their generator from 7 or 8 in the morning till like midnight. And I just wanted to go over there and be, because the guy was in a toy hauler. And I kind of wanted to ask guy, hey, what exactly are you powering to run this generator all night? And it was an open frame, non-inverter. I could tell what it was. It looked like a older style Champion, probably a 3500. So I could tell he wasn't running much. It wasn't super hot out. I only turned my air conditioning on once for like an hour or two just to cool off the bedroom, and that was it. So, I mean, they were probably charging batteries, running a TV and such. But another reason why one of my videos was canceled. But again, if you guys have any questions, pop them down in the chat. I'll definitely answer them. So a couple topics I was going to talk about tonight was mainly some solar things that I've kind of been waiting on, some products, and then also with all the gas prices and stuff, to kind of get maybe some viewers' opinions on EVs and more. So that was kind of one of the topics to talk about. And then some of the new products that I'll be testing coming up soon that are going to be in some videos within the next few days, and basically a couple weeks and more. So with some of the companies who I've been talking to and trying to get a timeline on some products that I thought were already going to be in hand, which they're not. So anyway, but looks like we got Discovering Outdoors. They're saying hi, Ontario, Canada. Right on. Sweet. I'm up in far northern California. If you don't know where Redding, California is, that's actually where I am located. And Redding, California happens to be, which is oddly enough, the second sunniest city in the nation. You can even look that up. Sometimes it may, depending on how you Google search it, Uh, it may actually come up as like fourth or fifth, but once you find the right ones, it'll come up as second sunniest city in the nation, with the number one sunniest city in the nation actually being Yuma. And the third sunniest city, at least in the United States of America, is also in Arizona too. And I forget which one that is. And then I think another one is like Death Valley is like fourth or something, but kind of weird that Redding's second. But it just because we're so high up in California, not to mention we're pushed out west a little bit, we get a little bit longer of a solar day because like your normal solar day is like what 4.5 to 5 hours, and I think Redding has a 5.2 or a 5.5 solar day. Gosh, I'd have to relook that up actually because it's been a while. But anyway, that's one of the reasons that Redding, California, ends up being the second sunniest city in the nation, just because obviously location. But so some of the new solar things that are coming out, at least what I'm waiting for anyway, is that, and they've actually just been listed on Amazon because so CalSun has been kind of a up and comer as far as a company that's been making solar panels, and I guess they've been around for a while, but they're really just starting to come out into, I guess, more of us like the private sector versus being more in just commercial only. And they're coming out with a new larger solar panel. I believe it's a 430 watt, much like their 200. I believe it's much like their 215 watt anti-shade solar panel. So that solar panel is supposed to be available soon. Which, you know, what's funny is that I think it literally just listed a few days ago on Amazon. It's supposed to have that four blocks of anti-shade. So basically, it's just four sections. They're all in parallel. That way, it's just making it to where it's a much better shading panel. Probably have we'll have to see what it looks like. I'm going to look it up actually because I literally think it just listed on Amazon. So maybe if you go to Amazon real quick, you can actually see if this new 400. So there's a that doesn't look right. That's the 215. Maybe it's not listed yet. 430. That's the 215s. But I thought CalSun was supposed to have the new 400. I think it's a 400 or 430 or 450. It's something like that. But they sent me an email a while back saying that I'll be getting a couple of those once they get enough stock and blah, 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 so we can test it, which CalSun has been making some really good solar panels as far as when it comes to the 100s, 200s, that 215. It's probably one of the better solar panels that you can find right now, at least for, you know, more of the private stuff. If you want real big commercial type, you know, solar panels, anything on Amazon is probably going to be some of the worst deals. You really want to look locally at some of the off-grid shops or stores that might be around you or whatever, unless you're buying like one or two or maybe four. If you're going to buy big, rigid solar panels and you need a lot, then just buy them in bulk from like Signature Solar. There's also Green Tech Energy right up the road for me. So they have locations in certain areas where you can buy from them at cheaper. It depends. Sometimes they don't let sometimes you have to be a business in order to buy from those places. But it looks like Charles here is saying, I'm looking for a full home backup inverter generator like the 11,500 Predator, and seeing them in the future setting up a solar system and in the future setting up a solar system to combine the two. What is your input on the idea? I mean, you can combine it if you want. If you're going to do a solar system, I assume maybe what you're doing an off-grid, or are you going to go grid tie? Because that'll change kind of what you're going to do a little bit. And if you're going to go grid tie with batteries, well, that also changes things a little bit, because depending on which way you go with this stuff back here, whether it's, you know, more the 12,000 XP, and if you go with like a charge inverter, you don't need to buy a big inverter generator. You can buy one of the regular, you know, kind of modified square wave, however you want to call it, just a normal generator, save a whole bunch of money. Of course, it's going to be a lot louder, But if you think about how much money you save, they typically last longer. They're so much easier to work on, but people don't want loud generators. That's why the inverters are so popular. They're so much quieter. Um, but when it comes from a maintenance standpoint and longevity, not to mention how light they are, the open frames are by far almost superior. They're just not inverters. So that's kind of, and not to mention the cost. You can buy two or three, maybe four open frames versus one inverter, but you'll have to determine how you're going to build your setup. If you're going to do a grid tie or an off grid system, kind of, that can change a lot. And you may not even need something that big. You could go maybe with a 5 or 6,000 watt inverter generator, depending on what you want to do. But you should also look at the wind generators. Wind has come out, they have like 3 or 4 new large ones. They have this new 15,000 watt enclosed outdoor enclosure that is actually mobile. You can wheel it around. And I saw this actually at one of the shows. Another company had this. It was a outdoor inverter generator, kind of like their outdoor series or something, and it was mobile, and it was actually pretty cool. But now Wind Products has one. It's a 15,000 watt inverter generator meant to be outdoors in the rain, in the snow, whatever. I mean, most of these you can do that with. You want to just keep maybe most of the hard rain off of them. But check out the Wind 15,000. That thing's pretty crazy and at a good price. I saw it a while back on Amazon as well, and you could probably go to their website as well. But that 15,000 was kind of crazy. You know what's funny too is that Wind Products, at least as far as the generator line, they don't really work with anybody. I've tried to work with them for years, for like probably the last 3 or 4 years, to say, hey, I'd love to represent some of your products, because I like Wind products. I like Champion products. And I mean, those are, if you're not buying like a Honda or a Yamaha or something like that, those are the next ones I usually tell people to go buy. So, I mean, if you have any questions about generators, like, GenMax and all those other guys, but yeah, if you look right here at the Wind 15,000 on, check it out on Amazon. It's $2,600, has a 550 cc engine in it. It's also a tri-fuel, by the way. This is a pretty cool generator that I really wanted them to send this, because I think this is just going to be, it's going to be a hot seller. Because again, do you need an inverter generator though? It also depends on what your needs are. If you're doing backup systems like this, and if you have space and you don't need something real quiet, the open frames are always a good option. So just kind of depends on what you need. But excuse me. Yeah, this wind generator, I'm looking at it on or not Facebook, sorry. Checking it out on Amazon. This thing is brutal looking. I mean, it's like a big old cart. But yeah, 15,000 watts. And check it out on Amazon. See what you guys think. Scooter Wisdom just ordered 440s from SunGold. Yeah, they're trying to do a mini balcony setup. Offset how much I spend on running the pool heater. Yeah, the balcony systems are starting to get popular because you don't have to do anything. You just get one of the micro inverters, and like the EcoFlow one, you can even take a regular micro inverter from like Enphase and stuff like that. You're not supposed to do this, but because those ones it's going to be 240. But you plug them into the wall or you plug them into your panel and stuff. But the other ones are all 120, so you can plug them right into an outlet. And so all it does is just basically zeroes out the meter. So if you're drawing 1,000 watts, then instead of the meter supplying it, it'll just supply it from the solar panels, but it won't backfeed. You have to have a different meter for that. And those balcony systems are only legal, at least in the United States. Let's see. I think Utah is one of them. Gosh, there was a state back east, I think, where a balcony system just was approved, like Vermont or something. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows, but I just heard about it. Another state, and I think Idaho was going to allow it or something. And then it's also on California's bill, which who knows? It's funny because I live way up north in California. We're more rural up here, And, a lot of us don't agree with a lot of the policies, which I don't want to get into politics on this, but it is just, I mean, it is crazy. California is just insane, dude. And I know people are just going to be like, well, just leave. And it's like, well, it's not always that easy to do that because of where you have friends, family, and not to mention a whole bunch of other crap, that goes along with that. But it is just, I don't know, it's a sinking ship, and I feel like there's not enough lifeboats. And I'm going to be like one of the last guys, waiting to get on, and I don't know, we'll see what happens. But anyway, let's see. Scooter have a Delta Pro 3 between panels and the sun panel. Okay, there you go. I like the Delta Pro 3. Good unit. The original Delta Pro is still one of the better units out there too. That thing is a beast, and it's kind of one of the tried and true. We have a lot of time on it, and so that's the thing. A lot of times people ask me, it's like, oh, well, I love the new whatever, like the Bluetti Elite 300, right? It's like, oh, I love that thing. How do you think it's a good product? Do you think it's going to last? And I'm like, it just came out. It's like, if you just bought a 2025 or 2026 Duramax diesel, Toyota Highlander, or whatever, is it any good? I don't know. Let me know in 20,000 miles how it works. And then, in theory, it should be good, right? Just like anything, like all the generators, all the stuff everybody wants to know. And you can't really give a good answer. Is that in theory, it should work. We hope it works, but you never know. It may be junk. It's kind of like these things back here that you see behind me. Who knows how long those were going to last? But so far, they're doing really good, like the original Delta Pro Ultras and stuff. But Jack Lane in Texas, Tesla has their own electric company. I may go with them. Yeah, Tesla has. They have their own electric company. That's right. They're doing their own electric or something, and which probably would give you incentives for like doing Tesla solar. We used to install Tesla batteries and stuff, and we never did the roofs or anything like that. We just did the batteries. And while they were good and everything, and there's a lot of kind of ecosystem stuff, kind of like the EcoFlow stuff. Tesla has their own EcoFlow or ecosystem, I should say, but their batteries are far more expensive than like the Enphase stuff, or even some of the LG products that you could get if you're looking at grid tie. And so it was hard to sell some of the Tesla stuff. I think if we did 10 solar installs, probably, and if they wanted batteries, 9 out of 10 was going to be an Enphase, because they have that new, what is it, LP5 battery, I believe, and that one's so much cheaper. And their LFP and the first versions of the Tesla was not LFP, it was a lithium ion. Just older chemistry. So, whatever. But now I think it's LFP as well as far as the new Tesla batteries. But I forgot that Tesla was doing, their whole like electrical grid or something like that. They're kind of, I don't know, they're doing whatever they want. Let's see what else we got down here. What's going on with this? That's weird. Florida is bad too. Don't believe the hype. It's funny because a lot of people in a lot of different situations will, like me in California, or people in Florida or Tennessee, whatever, we all ask ourselves all the time jokingly, it's like, okay, well, if we move, where do we go? What do we do? And then it's like, well, do we get a group? Do we take all of our friends with us and we go like in a herd almost, and we migrate to another state? And so, because a lot of the people that are up where I am in a rural area, a lot of them, we have farmers that are just right down the road. We have a lot of people like to hunt and fish and everything else. And I don't know a lot of people that have, blue hair and do weird things like that. But I mean, hey, if that's what you do, that's your thing. But it's not the crowd I hang out with. So I'm just saying. But it's hard to figure out if somebody said, hey, you have to move from your house in a month, where would you go? Do you have a place? Like a preferred spot. Have you been there? And so that's kind of the question a lot of us ask each other, where should we go? And so we have a few states, obviously I think everybody has the same stuff. It's Florida is one of the ones I was looking at, and then Tennessee, and then South Carolina. And I don't know. So, I mean, but I like Florida. I like going there to visit and stuff, and it's warm, and I hate being cold. So that's the only thing. I don't want to go anywhere colder than where I am now. And it doesn't get that cold here. We only get snow like twice a year. We rarely drop below 30 degrees, but it's hotter than hell. And I don't know a lot of people that can deal with the heat that's here. It will fry your face off. So, but let me see. I bought the Tomahawk 3000i generator and it is a workhorse. Tomahawk actually is made by Dinkin Power, or better known as GenMax. At least I believe that 3000i is a GenMax model or Dinkin Power. Because if you look at Tomahawk and Dinkin, same thing. So should be made by them, but they may have contracted out a couple different models from a couple different companies. So see what else we got. Do you buy into all the fear about high frequency inverters? You know what? A lot of people will say that if you do not buy a low frequency inverter type, these are both high frequency back here. Low frequency inverters would be something like the Sunny Boy stuff from like shoot, what's a real super popular one? Everybody wants the best inverters, but they never buy them, which is weird. Who makes the Sunny Boy again? Darn it, drawing a complete blank. Hold on, let me look it up. I'll figure it out in a second. Somebody might even beat me to it, but darn it. Sunny Boy inverter, which is by SMA. The SMA inverters. Those are probably some of that's the stuff we used to install commercially, is all the SMA stuff. That was the best stuff. And people really don't like the high frequency inverters because they say they're not as efficient, which is kind of true. And they said they won't last even a half of what a low frequency inverter will last. Low frequency inverters, if you look at some of the older stuff, you can find it on Facebook, you know, the Sunny Boy stuff, Midnight Solar and all that other stuff. They had some, I believe. And when you buy them or go check them out, they're heavy. That's how you can tell it's a low frequency inverter. It's like something that, it feels like it was made in the 60s, it's just pure metal, real stuff. But if you think about it, the high frequency inverters now have been around for quite a few years. They've been around a long time and doing well. And just like anything, if you don't abuse it, it's like if it's rated for 5,000 watts and you're constantly running 4,500 on it, you need something bigger. And so you're abusing it. You're using it really beyond what it's supposed to. It's just like anything you build it at 120% for the extra and you run it at 80 and below. So it's kind of, every electrical system is built for 120% above what it's rated at, just in case. But so the high frequency inverters, I think as long as you use the product properly, you really shouldn't have a problem. Let's see what else we got here. Yes, because I bought 3 Powerwall battery systems. I bought their Powerwall. Jacqueline, okay, you bought some of that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Tesla stuff is slick. Like I said, the integration stuff, plus if you buy a Tesla car, then you get it all in the app and stuff. But Jacqueline, I live in Central Texas and we are not regulated, so we have many electric utilities competing for customers. That's it. What is your kilowatt rate out there? How many cents do you pay per kilowatt out where you are? Like what does this company offer and what does this company offer? Because that's something I don't have where I live. I don't have a company I can choose. I have cable companies or something I can choose, but I can't choose an electric company. We have one. So if that's kind of cool that there's competition, I wish there was more competition, because tell you what, there's some companies that need to be dismantled and rebuilt. So let's see. Jack again says that my solar panels have been broken since January 31st, 25, and they are still not fixed, but my battery backup from Tesla has helped some, but I really need the solar panels. What's broken on this? Or is it all Tesla, the whole system and everything? I was real interested in the dual fuel Win 4800. I watched your review and was still willing to get one. I even priced the kit to natural gas until I found out my barbecue was 7 water column, need 11. You need 7 water column on natural gas and 11 water column for propane. At least everything that I've read. So when you set up your generator for propane or LPG, your little meter that you have, you set that up for 11 WC. And when you do when you do natural gas off of the tip, the little spigot out the back, wherever it is, everything I've read says it's supposed to be 7 to 9 but not 11. So you may want to double check that. And it's funny. The Win 4800, I gave it a bad time just because, again, because of my mechanic background. When I find something that is not easy to work on, like I was going to buy a vehicle and I didn't buy it because I didn't like how hard it was to work on. I was just like, this is a nightmare. I'm not going to work on this because I still actually work on pretty much most everything I have. Not so much anymore, but I actually just let somebody change the oil in my truck for the first time in, I think, 25 years. So it was kind of weird to let somebody else touch my stuff. I was like, don't you mess it up, because it's fine the way it is. But anyway, the Win 4800, I have a love-hate relationship with that thing because when you just run it on propane, and let's say it's running, just a couple thousand watts, it is so quiet. It is one of the quietest inverter generators out there at that size. You won't find anything else that size that puts out that much power and that is that quiet, which is pretty crazy. So again, I have a love-hate relationship with that Win 4800. I still have it. I have a few hours on it. And a lot of people ask, all the times, how many hours do you have on this or whatever? And it's like, well, I think I have like 16 or 17 generators, maybe 18. And I'll take a different one with me on certain trips, or depending if a friend goes or whatever else, I'll bring one, kind of pertaining to what we need or whatever, or I'll let just people borrow them. I'm like, here, go put some hours on it. My neighbor next door, he went on a camping trip and he's like, hey, we're going to go check out the balloons in Reno or whatever. And so I let him borrow a generator and he put like 15 hours on it and it ran great. And so it's hard for me to get hours on just one specific model because I have too many. So it's like, how many hours do you have on it? It's like, well, I put 4 on it. And plus I have so much solar on my RV now. I rarely run a generator. I hardly ever need to because I don't go anywhere where it's frigid and freezing. I stay away from anything that's like 35 and below. And once it's about 105 plus, I try to stay away from those areas as well, even though sometimes it's just unavoidable. But yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, I like the Win, but Jack said it's 13 cents. Wow, that's good. That's pretty darn cheap. I don't think I've seen much cheaper than what? If anybody's here and has a cheaper kilowatt hour rate than 13 cents, let us know. I think the cheapest I've really seen is like 11, and that's usually somewhere around this central area where there's not a whole lot going on, I guess. But I'm actually pretty lucky where I live, and which is funny because of all the stuff I have, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do all this where I live because my kilowatt hour rate is 15 cents. But it's going up again. It's going to go up to 17 cents soon. And then it won't be long until they probably go to 20 cents soon. So, so it's hard to justify, solar array systems or grid tie systems to people, at least in this particular power company that has this area as far as where we live in Redding, I guess. But once you just get out to the county a little bit and it steps over to PG&E, well, then that's when all hell breaks loose from, I think it's 25 cents on the low to 45 or 50 cents on the high when it's, peak and on all that stuff. So and the power goes out, several times a year. So it's absurd. But hey, whatever, free electricity from free electricity. So Jack says that you get free electricity from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. So I charge Tesla Powerwall then to run my home during the day. Well, darn right you do. That's exactly what I'd be doing. But Scooter says it's 11 cents in Florida. What? See, that's another reason I want to go to Florida because they also don't tax your why am I holding this? But they don't tax your wages too, right? They have no state tax, I think. And 11 cents? Man, I like that St. Augustine area. That's real nice. I guess it's real touristy, though. I was a tourist there. It looked nice. And I have a friend actually who lives there now. But anyway, 11 cents. I like that. Man. So let's see. Warranty is covering my panels, but they are moving very slowly. It's been 4 months, and I'm very upset and frustrated. And they know. Now, is it Tesla, or is it the company, or is it a combination of the company who did it, or is it Tesla directly? And I get it. It's like sometimes you got to be a thorn in their side. You call them every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, and make sure that you're not forgotten about, and you don't get angry or anything else. You just tell them, okay, well, I've been waiting a long time, and this is unacceptable. Because obviously once you start getting hostile, then they want to start just hanging up on you and ignoring you. But you just constantly tell them this is unacceptable. I'd like to talk to somebody else if you have somebody that can. And I mean, that's all you can do really. But yeah, it sounds like crap to me. And if the solar isn't working, I mean, it's not the solar panels that shouldn't be working unless you did you do the whole solar roof? Because we have only a couple in our town that did the whole, Tesla solar roof thing. But yeah, it says warranty covering all this. Da, 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 da. Smarly D6S. I live in Utah and it gets cold in the winter. Yes, it does there. I know a few people that live in Utah. Jerry Rig, Zach anyway, who has the Jerry Rig channel, he lives out there. There's a bunch of people that live out in Utah. Jasonoid, he lives in Utah. And who else lives in Utah? There's a bunch of people. But it gets cold in the winter. Maybe it's the regulator that wanted more than 7WC. Maybe. I mean, you might have to check the regulator as well. I've had bad regulators straight out of the box. The new regulators we get, they're junk. It's like a lot of the stuff we get is just junk. One works, one doesn't. Just, I don't know. But Sunrun. Oh, Sunrun. Yeah, that sounds normal for Sunrun. Every day, and they know me by name. Yeah, right on. Blue Fly Hill. I'm in Michigan. We only pay around 14 cents per kilowatt hour, and our city has its own natural gas power plant. Nice. So when the East Coast went dark in the early 2000s, our lights stayed on. Oh, that is nice. Didn't know that about Michigan. Michigan's way up there, and it gets cold and stuff. And so me being a California person, I handle the heat well, but I'm like a lizard. I don't handle the cold well. I'd be like, you'd be walking down the street, be like, 10 below or whatever. I'd be one of those dead dudes on the sidewalk, and people would be like, what's that guy's problem? Oh, he's from California. He just didn't make it. So, hey, Jasonoid is my neighbor, lives about 3 blocks away. Hey, tell him I want my stuff back. I lent him some stuff and he needs to ship it back. You let him know. I'm just kidding, but we actually have there's several of us. We actually have a chat group that we talk. So me, Ben, a bunch of others of us, we have a chat group that we talk about, topics here and there once in a while. Will Prowse, I don't know if you guys know who that is or not. Also a couple other dudes like Everyday Solar. His name is Steve. And then we got Ben from Minuteman Solar. Also talk with him. We're all on kind of a chat group and stuff. So we kind of chit chat a little bit about just topics like this, other things, testing ideas, or, company problems and issues and stuff. So, good to have plus sometimes we also like to make sure that we're all on the same page with certain products that come out, or sometimes contracts that they want to try to nail to creators and stuff, because sometimes they want high expectations. And so we're kind of banding together as creators to tell the companies to stick it. It's like, we're not going to be your salesman. We're going to, basically test and review the product. And then if people want to buy it, that's up to them. I don't tell, it's like these, man, I have a real bad problem with TikTokers. Man, the TikTok shop guys, they're horrible. This is the most amazing thing ever. You should buy this. You better get it now while it's on TikTok shop and it's on sale, and you're only going to be able to get it this couple weeks. Those guys, they will sell you garbage. And and they don't even tell you the truth. I got on to a couple of the TikTok guys on live, and I said, you guys are not telling what these things are doing appropriately. You're overstating specs and overstating what they do. I got banned from like 3 of them. They kicked me off. So whatever. But hey, stay away from those guys. So let's see. Jasonoid is my neighbor, lives 3 blocks away. 13 panels, microinverters, broke for solar panels. It's weird that the microinverters would break. I wouldn't think it'd be that. It would have to be something farther down. I mean, that's a lot of microinverters, because even if 1 microinverter, 2 microinverters go bad, the rest of the system stays going. So if the whole thing is down, then it's got to be like maybe the Gateway or something else. I don't know. That's weird. Solar Edge is a manufacturing company. Scooter Wisdom. Will is cool, but over my head. I'm a solar noob. Well, that's all right. Everybody started off there at one point. And yeah, Will is definitely on the other end of the spectrum. He's more up there. He's definitely he's in real deep as far as all the batteries and like the data and the specs. And I mean, like way beyond even more than I want to get to. It's like I like knowing a lot of the information, especially, you know, I don't maybe need some of the deepest data that Will likes to go into, but it sometimes it can be a little bit too much for viewers. So I try not to get too in depth. I try to keep it more user friendly, a little bit more basic, and that it's easier to understand because you can definitely get lost in a lot of all this stuff. There's so much to learn. It's just like anything else. So trying to keep it enough for the audience that knows me, and I guess it hangs out enough for them to get their data that they want, that good information, but also enough information for the newbies to keep it pretty basic and simple. And I still find myself in videos that I create where I'm just like, man, I went way too in depth when I should have been a little bit more basic, because there are more people out there who need the basic information. And the people who are already smart enough and know how to do this stuff, well, they'll figure out the rest on their own anyways. So they come for kind of the key things, what worked, what didn't, and this and that. And then the beginner audience, they really need to know what it's used for, what it can work for, how long it'll last, maybe the best way to use it, and how to treat it. I think those are probably some of the things that sometimes I forget to do because I get too caught up in the data. And so I have to pull myself back, and then I go to more of a basic video. And then sometimes the viewers are like, why'd you give all the basic information? We wanted more of the data and the details. And you're like, oh man, darn it. Is so yeah, you do what you do, and that's what it is. But what else we got here? Sorry, I'm not a great that's funny. We even have the largest snowmelt system in the USA, so waste heat from our power plant melts the snow off the roads. I've heard that, actually. Huh. Yeah, we don't have anything like that. We have a train. Well, I mean, we have part of a train. Okay, we don't have a train. We have this idea of a bullet train. And they started building it a long time ago. So, I mean, that's supposed to be like the staple in our state, this crazy train that someday will go somewhere, but we're not sure where it goes yet. Or, I mean, at least I think we know where it goes. And they're going to put down some tracks someday. So, but who knows? We'll see what happens with that. So, we may not have heated roads, but we're going to have one badass train someday. So, anyway. Has CalSun sent you their new big solar panel with 400 watt, I think? I was talking about that earlier if you weren't here. They're supposed to send it. It's supposed to be coming whenever. So we'll have to see what it looks like and how much they charge for it, because I was telling people earlier that when you buy bigger rigid solar panels, the deals are everywhere else besides Amazon. But when you buy the small solar panels are so expensive because they're more niche and they're more for what a lot of people do, like the vans and RVs and stuff. So that's why they're more expensive, double the cost of a large panel. You can buy a 400 watt for $200, or you could buy a 200 watt for $200. Doesn't make any sense, but it's like, it's kind of like buying in bulk almost. You go to the grocery store, you buy one can of soda, it's $2. You buy a 2 liter, it's $2. I don't know. But if you only need like 4, well, then you're kind of stuck, because the only time you save a lot of money buying big 400 watt solar panels is when you buy a whole crate, and you buy like a pack of 32 or 30, however many come in that particular shipping crate when you buy them. We used to buy whole shipping containers. We'd buy like $70,000 worth of solar panels for jobs and stuff. And, because sometimes they'd be super cheap and the more you bought. So we'd buy like 2 or 3 shipping containers and have a whole warehouse just full of these solar panels. It was cool. And, sometimes the solar jobs would go down, and then you're like, oh man, we have all these solar panels that are just sitting here. But anyway, I mean, they got used up, that's for sure, because when we bought them so cheap, the margin was definitely better. So, you made the money back. And And then when we did jobs, we were also able to beat other people's, bids and stuff. So it's like this guy come around and like, hey, we can do your job for 36,000. It's like, we'll do it for 33. And it's just like, so that helped them save some money. Then we got the work and blah blah blah. So, but yeah, hopefully that solar panel comes soon. I want to check it out and kind of curious on what they're going to charge for it. That's what I'm wondering, because that'll make or break that deal. It'll be a good solar panel, but can't charge with like Renogy has their 400-watt solar panel, right? That they want to charge. It's a ridiculous amount. I think they want like, it was like $480 or $500 when it first came out for the Renogy 400-watt panel. It was absurd. I laughed, but I mean, what do you do? I guess it just is what it is. If you want a big solar panel from them, let's see what their big solar panel is going for, if they even still have it. So I think it's a Renogy 400, just to kind of get an idea of maybe what the call sign will go for. That's 200. Do they not have them anymore? Did Renogy get rid of there's 320s right there. That's a pack of 2 for 600. Dokio, I wouldn't buy anything from them. I've already seen enough problems with those things dying off too quick. Maybe Renogy doesn't have their big 400s anymore. They have 320s. And those are $600 for 320 times 2. Oh, Renogy Rego, 400-watt solar panel, 2P. Oh, no, those are... Maybe they don't have them anymore. The J&Js, the JJNs, those weren't that. Those are also 200s. I tell you, shopping on Amazon sometimes is a blessing and a curse. Anyway, let's see. We have the largest snowmelt Calcen. So we talked about most of Will's stuff isn't UL listed. Yeah, a lot of this stuff isn't UL listed. I mean that stuff back there, it's hard to find stuff that is truly UL listed and UL certified and all that stuff. And it just depends on, they say that there are third-party companies that test these things. And what are you paying for? You're paying for a sticker, I guess. I mean, unless it's an insurance thing, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if you look at the SMA stuff or anything like that, those are all UL listed and they're expensive, but there's a lot of people that don't buy those because I think the cost is too much, but they're the best. If you want the best inverter, the SMA stuff is amazing, but nobody will review them, probably because nobody will, one, they're hard to sell to, like, when you can buy something like this, 12,000 XP right here, which is way cheaper. And 2, SMA isn't going to give any creator a free inverter or anything, because they don't need to. They sell themselves. So, but yeah. So UL listing is kind of I don't know. It's back and forth on that topic, but I'm working in the construction business and see all kinds of generators daily, and they are not using Predators anymore. See a lot of Honda, Yamaha, MTM. Yeah. And we sell those brands. The MTMs, it's funny because those seem like they went away, and then I'm starting to see them again a lot. But as far as Honda and Yamaha, it's funny, people think I have problems with them, and I don't. They just don't sell what a lot of people are needing or wanting, what the market is demanding of them. I don't want to carry 2 Hondas around. I don't want to carry a big 3,000, 125 or 140 pound generator around. And the ES 7000 fuel injection one, I think, is a good generator if you use it frequently. But they're not good when they sit, because they have a metal gas tank. And if you've seen the EU 3200Is, I had one of those. I got rid of it, actually. I didn't want to deal with it because I knew I wasn't going to use it enough. And you can already see people on the Facebook group pages who are having problems with rust inside of the gas tanks. Even though they had ethanol-free gas in there, it just still, you get a little moisture in there, it doesn't matter. And not everybody can get ethanol-free gas all the time real easily. For me, it's $9 a gallon just to go 20 miles up the road to get ethanol-free gas. I'm not going to pay $9 a gallon. That just doesn't make any sense. So if you guys hear anything crazy, or if the lights flicker, well, actually they shouldn't flicker. I'm not on electric right now. I'm on the batteries and stuff, but there's a crazy thunderhead that's kind of rolling by, a bunch of them. So it might get a little loud here. We'll see. It's supposedly coming this way. I don't know. But or was I? Oh yeah, the Hondas and stuff. Yeah, I still like Honda and everything. It just depends on your use case, on where you should. I like the Yamahas too, but God, they're heavy. They're so heavy, and but they're super quiet. But they're just heavy, dude. They are like heavy metal. I mean, good for construction. People want to beat them up. If you have a work trailer, you can pull them in and out. Whatever, they will run forever. But there's a lot of shops like Honda shops. They don't even want to work on their own generators anymore. You have to go to the small shops. It seems like, at least that's what I'm kind of hearing. I don't know how factual that is, but that's just the stuff I find in the forums and in the group pages. But so, but I do like those MTMs. I should look into getting one of those, or looking into them a little bit more. You are very helpful. You helped me during Hurricane Milton to assess my flooded Champion generator. It was toast. Oh no. Done. Simpsons did a monorail episode years ago. Hilarious. It's amazing what those guys do. Monorail. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to get, is some kind of monorail thing versus a bullet train. They'd be like, well, this is the best we could do. The 10,000 watt Honda is a beast. Is that the open frame one? The 10,000 Honda? 10,000 watt Honda? I think that's the big open frame guy, right? Oh, I have too much stuff going on here. Way too many windows open. I'm pretty sure that 10,000 is the open frame guy. Just to double check to fresh my memory. I should make a video and send it to the Honda EB, beast. I should send a video to Honda and say, hey, like, where are you at? Did you guys stop altogether as far as the smaller generators, or did you just kind of give up and let all the Chinese guy kind of take over? Because if you think about it, for the amount of generators sold, you're probably talking 100 generators sold of every other brand out there to one Honda, maybe even higher. It could be 500 to one Honda. So it kind of makes you think, do they even step back into the ring and try to, continue? Because they have their staple units. The EU 2200i is a great unit. They still sell the EU 3000 IS, good unit. But again, size wise and power output, if it falls within your demand and it fits your needs, then they're great units. But for me, again, I deal more with the camping stuff and off grid type, trying to be more mobile, and plus, I don't know about you, but I'm not getting younger, and I don't want my back to be hurting. And I've lifted enough heavy generators, and it's like those batteries back there. Those things are 112 pounds, all those EcoFlow batteries. And it's like, trying to lift a 125, 135 pound generator into the bed of your truck. I don't find that fun or amusing anymore. It's stupid. So I try to find small, powerful units that, will do what I need to do. If you have serious, things that you're going to run all the time, like super heavy duty, and you want to kill it, beat it up and not worry about it, then get a Yamaha and a Honda or whatever, and that'll work. But for the majority of the people out there, those smaller Champions, the little Winds, the little Harbor Freight 2000s are going to fit most people's needs. And you still have to take care of it like anything else. I know plenty of people that have Hondas that have problems with them all the time because they don't take care of it. And that's like anything. It could be a car or whatever, So before we get going down that, I guess. But the 10,000 said, we're building a lot of data centers here in Central Texas and a huge Samsung plant, Taylor, Texas, and SpaceX in McGregor, Texas. Yeah, I know that out there they're doing a bunch of that. The data centers are going in Nevada, I guess, too. I think we're trying to do a few more here in California, which is crazy because they're already complaining about all the power stuff anyway. So I don't know. Bill Fly Hill, how many watts in solar panels before you have to worry about grounding your panels when your panels are on a movable casters on your driveway? Well, if you're going to ground one, then you ground all, or you ground none, and then you don't worry about it. Because if they're on a mobile cart, I guess it all depends. Do you want to ground them or not? You could run a grounding line depending if you put it in the same spot all the time. I mean, you could, put a ground wire out there. So, when the lightning does maybe hit it, if it ever does, and it fries some stuff, I guess, and maybe the path will actually go into the ground. But if that's what you're actually asking, I mean, you typically don't ground DC, but on a house you're going to do it because that's code. But on a mobile application, that what you're doing, I don't know. It's kind of like the little portable generators. A lot of people see the little grounding lug on there, and I've never seen anybody ground a portable generator. Um, One, because a lot of times they're like, well, I wanted to put a grounding rod into the ground, and it's like, okay, well, you have, if you want proper grounding, I guess you're supposed to take a soil sample to see how moist it is, because that'll determine how far down you need to go. Which most times a grounding rod needs to be at least 6 feet, 6 feet deep. And if you just start pounding that into the ground and you didn't call 1-800-DIG and make sure there's no phone lines, sewer line, water line, some kind of a line down where you're pounding this rod, well, that's another thing you need to do. So I guess if you want to do, a ground rod and you have the space maybe somewhere to do it, you can. But I don't know. I don't think I would ground solar panels to my home panel. I definitely don't want to do that. So, because I know somebody, they were like, well, I'll just ground it to my home panel. I'm like, no, I don't think you want to do that. I would rather have the solar panels explode versus the current from the lightning going to the solar panels, then going to my main panel and exploding that or something, or, whatever, even though it's supposed to go to the ground. Not everything always works as it should, but I don't know. I think EcoFlow used to sell a 400-watt panel. Yeah, I think they did. I think they did do that. But yeah, it's funny. I don't think I see that panel anymore. Probably because nobody was buying it. They wanted way too much. It's just, why would you do that? So we sell a lot of tools. Also Milwaukee, DeWalt, and Bosch. I like all those. I'll use all that stuff. Hilti sometimes, and Jacqueline and companies are mainly our main customers for high-end brand generators. Okay. Yes, extremely heavy. Yes, extremely. And Honda stopped making smaller snowblowers too. Maybe stopped lawnmowers, I think, is shame. Yeah, I think a lot of their small stuff, like their water pumps and stuff, I still see those. Those are all over the place if you want some of the smaller engine water pumps. But as far as the lawnmower stuff, they're moving over to batteries more. And of course, with California leading the way with, everything being battery, which is so stupid, because they found out during the fires, gee, those battery water pumps, they don't make any, don't really work, do they? Or at least they do. But hey, we need to run those water pumps for about 8 to 10 hours. Well, our battery only lasts 45 minutes at that draw. What? Yeah, it's when they say the crap hits the fan, well, that's when you find out what works and what really doesn't work. So the battery stuff has its place. There's definitely a place for all of it, but it's not always going to be an end-all solution, So I mean, I like battery stuff for the common, connoisseur like myself. Like I could do battery stuff all day long for my yard stuff. Ego all the way. Lawnmower, weed whacker, blower, heck yeah. If I was gonna need a water pump, you're darn right, I'd be getting a gas water pump. That thing would be running a pool and fire or whatever, something. I'm not gonna get some battery powered water pump that's gonna be drawing 1,500 or 2,000 watts of power to run this giant, massive 3-inch hose. It isn't going to work. So I don't know. It's funny how they want to take away the gas powered equipment from the firefighters and stuff too, and give them batteries. And it's just like, industrial wise, it's not there yet. But hey, whatever. Politicians. What else we got? Honda stopped making this stuff yet. They did. Scooter, I had to get an electrician to ground the rack and panels because the inverter was in the garage. Yeah. Adam D. LeRae DIY. Hey, I've seen you before. Evening. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Aren't we doing something? I don't know. I think we are. I delivered 5 Hondas to a contractor and a pallet of Milwaukee's and Bosch tools, several $1,000s. Nice. Yeah, for construction stuff, and if you want to just beat up your stuff, I mean, when you're doing business and things like that, all of that stuff obviously is an expense and it's a write-off. So they don't really, I mean, not that they don't care, but I mean, and I've heard it both ways because I have a lot of friends that are contractors and build stuff, and they've had the Hondas, they've had all the stuff, And the problem is when the Honda goes down, which yeah, they do break because you have the jackhole who just threw it in the bed of the truck, who it's 5 o'clock and it's time to go home, who broke the starter cord or whatever. Well, a lot of construction guys now are like, well, I don't want to spend the time to send my Honda to go get fixed. I don't have time for that. So they go to the store, they go to Home Depot, Harbor Freight, and they spend $300 for the Predator 2000, whatever 4000, whatever it is, and away they go because time is money, and some of them don't want to send 2 or 3 generators off to get fixed. And and it's funny because I've heard both sides, and so it depends on what you're doing, who's using your stuff, because you may have the general out there, but if he's got 15 or 20 workers, they don't give a crap about your tools. They give a crap about their own stuff. But when it comes to the company stuff, you always have the 4 or 5 good employees who are the supervisors and whatever. Hey, kid, stop messing up my stuff. What are you doing with that piece of equipment that you just threw out of the truck? So that's why you hear it both sides, as far as, you should use this type of equipment here, but this type of equipment here that they're going to thrash. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's such a back and forth, but like I said, everything has a place. It just depends on, what are you using it for? I live in, Jack said I live in Gerald, Texas. Very small community known for 1998 tornado, almost whipped out. I can't remember that. 1998. I read a book on a whole bunch of twisters that were out there in Kansas and Texas and all kinds of stuff. And I think they mentioned that one, the 98 tornado in Texas. Not exactly sure, but Pathfinder, what would you suggest for a whole home backup? Something like EcoFlow Delta Pro Ultra X or a hybrid inverter like EG4 FlexBoss with the Grid Boss? That's all going to come down to your use case, because what works for me may not work for you and vice versa. I'm perfectly happy with what I have back here doing this off-grid thing because I have 2 systems. I have a grid tie system, which you can't see because I don't have a battery system for that. It's an in-phase. It's a 5.4 kilowatt system on the backside of the house. And that takes care of all of my standard stuff because when you buy a system, at least with the city, or, when you do a system like that, they don't want to let you do 100, 120%, 130% of your usage. And I didn't use enough the year before when I went to go submit my, size system that I wanted to put in because my father-in-law was actually doing that at the time. And we submitted to put in I think it was a 9 kilowatt system. And the city was like, you never use that much. No. And it's like, well, they're going to use more, putting in a hot tub, going to get an electric car, blah, blah. But the energy companies don't want to do that because they still want to sell energy, right? So they typically allow 85 to 90%. I think mine is I forget, we calculated it was 95% usage or something like that. And I was still trying to make my house a little bit more energy efficient, LED lights. And this is quite a few years ago when I was finally, making more money in my career and everything else and blah, blah, blah. But so when it comes to needing, whether it's a FlexBoss or whatever, I would do more research and see what's going to work for you because this stuff back here is all off grid. This offsets what I can't generate on my grid tie system back there. What is nice about this stuff back here, technically, because none of it is bolted, none of it is connected, it's all off grid. So technically you don't need permits for this. I can literally disassemble that EG4. I can have that gone and disappeared in probably 15 minutes. I can literally detach it from the wall. There's 2 bolts, a couple straps. Those batteries I can lift off, boom, 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 that thing disappears and it is gone. So it's not technically permanently attached to the house. It's kind of attached to the racking that you see behind me. And it's almost to code because I did want to make sure it was to code. The only thing that's not really to code on that is that if you can see my PV wires, technically those should be terminated into the inverter. So just for those who know, because that would make it kind of, code and ready to go. And then the guy would sign off on it. Everything else is legit. as far as like, the piping and as far as where all the wires go, how it was mounted onto the house. All of that is good to go as far as how, code wise and permitted and blah blah blah. But that way when I sell the house, I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. But what you see as far as that solar wiring and stuff like that, that's kind of the part they're like, yeah, but whatever. But I would do more research into your hybrid inverters and the Flex Boss, or that thing is a beast. The 12,000 XP, I love that thing. But again, it may not be for everybody. So again, you're gonna have to look into a little bit more information on what's going to be better. If you want full automation and you don't want to worry about things and whatever, then maybe the Flex Boss is a better way to go. This back here is more manual stuff. I have to kind of pay attention a little bit once in a while. During the spring and summer when there's plenty of sun, I don't have to worry about switches at all. I just let her rip. During the winter, then I have to start kind of powering down a couple things. And my wife even knows how to do it. My daughter knows how to do it. Oh, flip this switch, and easy peasy. And talk about fail safe. I always have power regardless, no matter what. So that's one thing I don't have to worry about, all the automation stuff. So, but yeah, so I like the Flex Boss stuff, and I thought about doing it and getting it, but then I was like, and I could have tied in my grid tie and all that stuff, but I just didn't want to mess with it. So, and plus I can't really mess with my grid tie system too much anyway, because if I manipulate it or do things or whatever, then you might void the contract with the city. And then because it's a 20-year deal, and I do not want to get off of my NEM 2 program that I'm on, because then I wouldn't have a 1-for-1 kilowatt. I would get bumped to NEM 3, and I don't want to do that. So for now, I'm not messing with too much stuff anymore when it comes to that. So they're already looking and knocking on my door and wondering what the hell is going on, because I generated so much freaking power. They were like, I looked at my power generation bill for my last true up, and I was bragging to my father-in-law. I was like, hey, check this out. I have 3,170 kilowatt hours of credit. And he was like, wow, that's amazing. You should start using some power, like seriously, because you're probably going to get a knock on your door. And I was just like, oh crap. And I thought about that. I was like, oh yeah. And the sad part was that I wasted all that, because once you go to the true up, it goes back to zero. And then I was like, oh, I could have used that somewhere. And I just, I hate that. What do you do with it? You can't, I don't have enough batteries to store it, and, so whatever. But let's yep, in a few weeks. Looking forward to it. Adam, you, this old detailing dude, right on, bro. I used to be a detailer. I still am, sort of, but man, I tell you, hey, Johnny, who is your best roof rack system for tile roofs? I need to install 25 Canadian Solar 710s. Oh, I'm trying to hook them all up to a DPUX. Tile roof stuff. There was a new system that I saw a while back for tile roofs, and I can't remember who I saw it with. I wonder if Ben had it at Signature. No, or I mean at Minuteman. No, he was doing the ground stuff. He didn't really do. Did Signature Solar have it, or? It's funny, when my father-in-law had the solar shop, which he ended up retiring just recently. About when did we? In which if you saw some of my videos, I had a solar panel on the wall and all this stuff. I was building a full studio in there. And then I stopped building it because it ended up being to where he was like, you know what? I think I may retire soon. I was like, wait, I'm building a studio, a YouTube studio with all the stuff so we can test all this cool gear and all this stuff. And he's like, well, you could run the shop, you could run the store, and you could be partners with so and so. And I was just like, I don't know if I want to do that, because I spent time doing solar installs and stuff which working with your father-in-law, which he wasn't my father-in-law at the time, but working with your future father-in-law, it wasn't fun, because I was the boyfriend. And so, being the boyfriend, and we worked out of town a lot, guess where he sent me? As far away as freaking possible. He sent me to freaking the farthest jobs. Like, I'm in Northern California. He always sent me somewhere to like Blythe or Victorville or somewhere out in God knows where people die. And so I didn't know if that was like something he was trying to do or what. This was way long time ago, back in the beginning. But I would check Signature Solar, because I used to be up on more of the racking and stuff. But I thought Signature Solar had a new rack system for roofs. I would look at Signature Solar's racking stuff and see what they have for roof mounts as far as tile goes, because I know they had some new stuff a few months ago, but I've been kind of getting out of some of the bigger roof jobs a little bit just because I don't think that's my primary audience. And I don't have enough areas around here, at least, to be able to constantly show those types of products all the time. So I kind of started weeding away from it a little bit. I mean, I still keep up on some of it, but not like I was about a year and a half ago when I was, doing a lot more of that. And I thought about taking over the solar business. And then I just decided, what, I just don't want to. Plus, all the incentives um, for solar went away in California. So after we started talking and looking at that, I was like, I don't think it's a good time for me to be taking over this business. And I'm not a general electrician like he is. So he's where I would get some of my extra information from. And so, yeah, so I'm kind of glad I didn't take it over because the solar business, at least in California, which how funny is that? They want you to go green, but since we're taking a hit on the power companies, they don't really want you to go green. So, yeah, so funny how that is. Bastards. Yeah, so sorry couldn't be a little bit more helpful on the racks for the tile stuff, because some of those can be a little bit tough to find. So yes, exactly. This is what happens all the time when we fix something, but they just buy another. Yeah, yeah. What do you think about the Blue Eddy 100 V2? I bought the 2 and the 1 Pecron ELP because I used it to help with my panels being broken. The version 2 I think Blue Eddy stuff is doing a little bit better now. Their customer service is starting to ramp back up. A lot of us stopped kind of doing some Blue Eddy stuff because their customer service went so bad. And we were telling them constantly, hey, you guys really need to fix this, which hopefully nobody from EcoFlow is on here. But I think EcoFlow blew up and they just went so fast, so far, too quick, then now they're having some of those customer service problems. And so I think they've realized that. And so they're, I think, dealing with maybe some budget cuts, a little bit of a slowdown. And so they're having to revamp their customer service too. Now, this is just speculation. So don't take it word for word, but the Blue Eddy thing was real. And a lot of us knew it, other creators as well. And the EcoFlow stuff, I'm just not seeing the positive reports like I was seeing consistently. So I think right now EcoFlow is kind of going through a growth stage. They, like I said, I think they just blew up too quick. They can't handle the load of customer service and stuff. And it's like anything. The more products you put out there, you're talking the more problems you're going to have. It's like with Chevy, Ford, Tesla, doesn't matter. You put hundreds of thousands of products out there, some of them are going to break. That's just the nature of anything. It doesn't matter what it is. So, and then eventually you start getting more and more phone calls, more and more customer service things, more problems with installation as far as home panel 3s and 2s and whatever. And, sometimes those products do real good for 6 months or 8 months, but then they have an issue. And so then all of a sudden you find out like, some of them have a recall, some of them have a, like the Delta 2, right? That thing sounded like a small jet engine and it was having problems with the fans, I guess. Some of them were even going out and getting noisy. I don't know. These are things that I've heard along the way. Maybe you guys have too, but I don't know. But I can get rambling on that. But I like the Blue Eddies, the new stuff, doing better. It's like any company. I have my chosen models that I like personally, like anything, like a car or whatever. Pecron, I really like Paul. He's a good dude, nice guy. He listens and he fixes stuff right away. So like if you have a product idea or whatever, you can talk to Paul. He's the owner or the main dude there, and he's like, yeah, okay, this is a good idea. We should do this, and he will implement that change. Unlike Blue Eddy, they will do something that nobody wants. I don't freaking get it. But Pecron will actually make something people want, and they will make it better and this and that. But they've had problems too with customer service, like just ghosting people. And again, it's hard to tell what's real and factual when it comes to customer service because you don't know both sides of the story. So I always have to it's like people, Johnny, well, the EcoFlow won't call me back or this and that. It's like my thing broke and I want them to fix it. Okay, well, how did it break? What happened? Well, that's not the point. It doesn't work anymore. That is the point. I need to know what happened with the unit. Does it just not turn on? It's like, oh, it was working fine. Well, it was working fine, and I had my solar plugged in and this and that. Okay, well, what kind of solar do you have? What is it? It's like, well, I have this or that. And it's like, Then they start sketching around, the ideas. It's like, okay, well, it seems like you're plugging way too much solar into this thing and you fried the unit, which, because the connector, the XT60 gets real hot if you're putting too many volts and amps into the thing at the same time. And then all of a sudden, poof, the thing goes bad. And it's like, well, you overloaded it. And they were probably right on the cusp, the voltage limit. So hard to know sometimes all of the customer service things without having the facts of both sides, or at least the facts of what the customer is stating is the problem. So it's hard. I don't know. I like Pecron. I did like their E3600. It was a good unit. I had one that it was a pre-release and it had issues, and so he sent me a production unit, and that one did much better. I ran it through a bunch of paces, running it hard and this and that, and no issues. Ran really well. Ended up offering that to a friend actually, who he has that now, which I don't even know if he's going to keep it because he just wanted it for his RV, and he's like, "Well, I'm not going to keep my RV now. It's we don't use it enough." I'm like, "Okay, well, whatever." But again, be sure to smash that. Be sure to smash that thumbs up button. Darn right. If you were back in the early day, I used to say that a lot. And I used to have music at the end. This whole thing back when that was popular. Man, I tell you, things have changed. Now they told you don't ask people to subscribe. And now they're telling you back again, ask people to subscribe. Which is weird, so I don't know. I hate asking because I would rather have people just join the channel because they want to stick around and learn for the type of stuff that I do. And so it's rare I ask anymore. Lately, I have been on the last few videos, hey, make sure to subscribe and blah, 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 which I hate doing that. It's stupid. But whatever. People want to join and stick around for the new stuff coming out and be along for the ride and the adventure, then that's what it's all about. Trying to hook them all up to this. Yes, exactly. This is what happens all the time. We fix some things, but they buy another. Pecron, be sure to smash that like button. Yep, Jack Lane. My fave is Bluetti 100 V2, light and handy. Yeah, it's nice having a smaller, lighter version of stuff. But this old detailing dude, you're welcome to stop by and help. yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I tell you. But so, kind of curious. Does anybody here does anybody own an EV? Any EV guys out there? And if you don't own one or you do own one, the question I have is, if you do or you don't, whatever, would you consider buying one, or would you consider going back to a gas car only, not a hybrid? If you own one or you don't own one. Because I'm still trying to gather some data on, I guess more polling is what I'm doing, is trying to see who loves their EVs, who likes them and thinks they're okay, and who thinks they're, the greatest thing since sliced bread, or would you never buy one? But old detailing dude says, yes, I own 7 EVs, 4 Teslas and 3 Rivians. Bro, high roller, what's up? I looked at the Rivians, but I didn't want to jump in and just get a Rivian and not, I don't know. I guess I didn't want to spend that much money on something that was going to be a project at first. So I went with, I have a Tesla Model Y that, I drive, my wife drives, kind of like, family vehicle, trying not to drive the diesel too much for, reasons, obviously, but, which that'll change eventually. But, as far as me, I will never go back to gas car. I only drive myself on longer drives, not practical. I think I'm with detailing dude. I will never go back to a full gas car. Plug-in hybrid, possibly, which I own a plug-in as well. It's a Chevy Volt, a 2015, which that was the year they came out with a little bit bigger battery. And it gets about 32 to 34 per plug-in or per charge. And that was the first one I bought to use as an experiment and to replace the kids' car, because I knew gas prices were going to be going up soon in California because the refineries are closing. And so I knew that was going to be a big push. Regardless of what's happening politically, California's gas was going up regardless of what's going on in the rest of the country because of the refineries. We're closing them. The Chevron checked out. They said, hey, we're out of here. We're done doing business. We're closing our refineries. We got to go. And so that right there means it's going to be harder to get fuel into California, and the price will just go up. So I was like, okay, well, That's going to happen in probably 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 years. So why don't I try one of these plug-in hybrids? So I got the Chevy Volt. Love the darn thing. It's like a little go-kart. It's so freaking awesome. That thing is bad. I haven't had it. I've never owned like a car before. I've always had SUVs, trucks, or trucks. Yeah. I did have a car actually. I did have a car for when I was like 18. I had a car for about a year and then I got a truck. So anyway, um but like a detailing guy said, I don't think I'll ever go back to a gas car anymore because they just don't make a lot of sense anymore, at least for I would say 80% of the people out there. 95% of the time you're alone in your car, and 90% of the time you're driving less than probably 40 miles a day, depending on the average person's commute. Most people are not commuting 100 miles every day. It just kind of depends. Now that's where a plug-in hybrid would come in really handy because you still get the real long range, but you also get the higher miles per gallon, and then you also get the plug-in battery for all the other little driving around town that you do. And because if you were here earlier in the start of this, I still like to work on all my own vehicles. And you know what's nice about the Tesla? The only thing I've done is that when we got it, the tires were, they were almost done. So I just decided to put those on. I haven't done anything to it. I don't even think about doing anything to it. And that takes time. That actually gives me time back because I'm not maintaining it. I'm not having to worry about, okay, I got a front differential I got to change every, 30 or 40,000 miles. I got a transmission. I got another rear diff. I got a the transfer case and stuff like that, just on one vehicle, if you have a truck. And so all those service things went away with that vehicle. I don't have to do that anymore. You have to clean the AC unit. That's something you have to do every once in a while, and the cabin filters. And of course, then you do have to do your brakes. You have to bleed and change out the brake fluid probably every 3 to 4 years, maybe 5 at most. Brake fluid actually becomes real toxic after it gets moisture in it, and it can ruin your brake system. So a lot of people, they won't change their brake fluid ever, which I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I do it at least every 3 to 4 years. I'll just flush it out and change it. So I've never had problems with brakes. So I just keep doing what I know and what I've learned. But as far as going back to a gas car, just full on gas, I think I'm done. I think everything will be a plug-in hybrid or a full electric from here on out. It is just so easy the battery stuff back there, right? With all the solar I haven't paid to charge any of those things. So I'm not paying for it. The electric, I'm not paying for it all, except for when I go on a trip. Going back to a gasoline, never. The truck, that's just something that you're not going to get away from. When you need a diesel truck, you're just going to have to pay for it and you're going to buy it and blah, blah, blah. That's just what it is. But my son has a Tesla and he loves it. But then he lives in their bat area, always has a charger close by. I assume, basically has a charger always close by. So, and that's and that's the thing too, that determines whether people can get a, plug in or a full electric. But PowerSmart generators, their customer service is good. I've never had a problem with them fixing generators. I recommend PowerSmart too. They have some good units. It's funny, the Win 4800 PowerSmart also has that model available too. And that stupid viral TikTok generator, I did that video where it's actually just a PowerSmart. So they bought it from the same manufacturer in China, but PowerSmart is the company that you're buying. So instead of just Joe Blow on TikTok, freaking what is the name of that stupid Ferndon, right? Ferndon, whatever. Nobody knows who the hell that is. But PowerSmart, I would rather buy it from them for $10 more, and you're buying a company who at least answers the phone. So there's sometimes when you see two different generators, they're exactly the same, but two different companies, because you'll see that with Champion. Buy the bigger company for a couple bucks more. That's always a better way to go. At least you'll have, maybe better luck at getting parts or service or something. But deregulate California specific fuel. Yeah, I know, the fuel that we have, the summer blend, the winter blend, I get it. It's supposed to help protect against moisture and everything. So, whatever. I don't know. What do you do? I can't do anything with politics and stuff. So, I can turn this way. Yeah. That's a lot better. Don't want to see the mess over there. I was working on the bench. But When I was a kid in the 80s, diesel was always cheaper than gas. You're correct. It actually wasn't that much, it wasn't that long ago that diesel was usually what, 50 cents on average, maybe even a dollar, depending, cheaper than gasoline. And that wasn't that long ago. We're talking like probably 10 years. It seemed like it flipped. Was it around the housing crisis too? Back when, was it like the whole war thing with Obama and all that stuff, like '08, '09, and 10 when we had the big spike in gas prices? I wonder if that's when it flipped. Because when I was racing that year, I was complaining the whole time I was racing that year that gas was $1.25 more a gallon, and it was just breaking me to drive to all these places when I was racing, and that was around, I think it was '08 or not '09. If I look at my, I have my race plaque over there. I can't see it from here though because it's kind of off to the side. I think it was 2009, but maybe then is when it flipped and diesel never, kind of went back. It was the same price, for a while, and then it just slowly went a little bit higher, which is stupid. But well, what do you do? I don't know. If I go EV, I'd go EV if I drove a car locally. Yeah, I mean, definitely they have their place. Spin B, I miss those days. Scooter wisdom. I drive long distance all the time in my Tesla, no issues. And you can drive long distance in a Tesla for sure. It just depends on where you go. If you follow the app, it works really good. And again, it just depends on your line of work and what you're doing and everything. But I learned a lot from you, especially from taking your Honda 2000 apart and putting it back together. Yeah, that was fun. That was a cool little. I did that with like jet skis, and I did that with dirt bikes. I'd always go find some beater piece of crap that you could buy for 50 to $100. This was 20 years ago, and I would take it completely apart, paint the frame, new bearings, new everything, rebuild the motor, pistons, rings, a whole shebang. And so I kind of did the same thing with the generator. I just didn't take it apart because the compression was still good and I was still getting spark. But it just obviously was neglected and beat up. It was one of those generators that were just thrown in the back of a truck and just beat the heck out of, and just people didn't care about it, left it in the mud or whatever. But yeah, so whatever. That was a fun little turnaround, and so I ended up selling that generator and bought some other stuff. So I end up selling a lot of product, and I turn it right back around. And a lot of times I'll sell this stuff depending on what it is I have. I'll give it away to friends or family, or I'll sell it for dirt cheap. And then that way, whoever is getting the unit, they're getting an amazing deal, and I can take that money back and buy more products that I don't have to deal with companies with, so I can make my own videos and stuff, and that helps just turn it around and give it back to people. So I don't have to deal with the companies, because a lot of the companies I work with now consistently, they know exactly what I do and whatever, and I don't have to do. It's funny, you can tell the people who do a script because you can see all the stuff that they line out. Even these big YouTubers, I'm like, man, he followed the script almost word for word. Sucker. Just like, oh my gosh. I tell them I'm not following your script. I was like, don't send it. I was like, if you want me to review it, don't send me a script. And they start freaking out too. They're like, hey, we need a script. You said you would mail us one. I said, I never said I'd mail you a script. I never said I'd give you anything. I said I'll have it out by the due date if you're doing a launch, like the Bluetti thing, right? Bluetti's coming out with a new thing, Fridge Power. That's going to be next week. You'll see that. Cool unit, actually. Very specific in what it does. It's really neat. And it could be a real popular seller. The price might be a little bit high on launch because everything is always high, when it first comes out. Give it 3-6 months, it comes down 10, 15, 20%. But yeah, the stupid script stuff, and you will not see a lot of stuff on my channel that you may see on other people's channels, because I couldn't work out, something with the company. I tell them, send it, and that's it. And, and I'll tell you what I find out about it. And I even work with the companies. And this is sometimes what I have problems with other people, is that if I find a problem with the product, like let's say I'm testing this to its full extent and I find a problem with it, I'm going to call the company and say, hey, this thing failed. It did this. Do you want to send another one? Because maybe this one's just bad. And so I try to work with the companies versus being like, hey guys, I tested this product and it failed. It's a piece of shit. Sorry, probably not supposed to say that. But I don't think that's very business friendly like when it comes to working with companies. You should give them a chance and say, hey, yeah, well, that is weird. It failed. It should have been able to hold that test and pass. Let's send you another one. Send that one back. We'll see what happened, and away we go. And then I'll get another one. And if it fails again, then I'll tell them, hey, you know what? Maybe this product needs some redesign or needs some more testing or something else, because 2 is actually pretty bad if it fails. And so I think you guys should take it back, revamp, do whatever. And so then I won't even make a video on it and I won't even mention it. But there are some people who like to just be like, I found this problem and I want to destroy this company. Now, granted, if you buy the product yourself and you're not working with a company at all, you have free reign to do whatever you want. You can give your opinion, be, hey, I bought this product, it does this, and it didn't work, and it actually failed, and it broke. And that's exactly free to say. But I won't ever tell a company that, or disparage a company, be like, these guys are freaking idiots, and these guys are blah, 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 and whatever. And now I'm not really talking about any person in, anybody in specifics, and I'm not talking about any one specific company, and I'm definitely not talking about anybody as far as when it comes to maybe one particular battery company, because I don't really have any experience with those batteries at all, but I've also never recommended them either because they're insanely priced and stupid. So yeah. But anyway, so yeah, but yeah, so some of this stuff there, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Kind of got off on a little thing, but oh yeah, the hybrids and stuff. I have a Toyota hybrid Camry. Yep, love those. Love the Toyotas. I can go almost 300 miles in 10 gallons without stopping. That's pretty good. Gas prices now in Texas is $4. Diesel is $5.60. You want to know what my diesel prices are here? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Hybrid, I get 500 miles. Yep, some of them you will. Now my scooter, it gets 117 miles per gallon. Oh yeah. What? You're not running for governor? Who? Me? Nah. You know what? I think anybody could run for governor, because it seems like they don't really care. It seems like just about anybody could be a governor nowadays. The one we have doesn't have a brain, so yeah. Hey. What is the best place to buy DPU-X extra batteries? Is it best to wait until Black Friday? Do it, Gov. That's right. Solar for everybody. Darn right. Heck yeah, we'll bring the solar back and yeah, tell those stupid companies that, because like PG&E, right? Those guys have investors that have to pay. So, they have to charge a certain amount. And it's kind of funny, after all the lawsuits, they had to raise their rates. Well, finally, PG&E just said, hey, we're giving everybody a price break this month. You should see, I think maybe $10 cheaper on your bill. And I only have PG&E as far as my gas goes, not electric. So I'm thankful for that. Because it would, I guess it wouldn't really matter much because of all the crap, but whatever. But yeah, it's stupid. But DPU-X extra batteries, there are deals that happen all the time. And it's hard to find the best deals because everybody's in a price war, right? So I still have a 5% off at Shop Solar, and Shop Solar carries a whole bunch of stuff. But sometimes Wellbots, which I also have a 5% off with them, they do real good deals on their battery bulking. So, you buy 2, you get a discount. You buy 3, you get more discount. Buy 4, you get even more. But man, you start buying 4, 5, 6 batteries, you just see the price. It's almost like, hey, buy 4, get 1 free. It's the more you buy. So I would definitely buy, or I would definitely check out Shop Solar. They have more deals on DPU-X batteries than, say, Signature Solar does, as far as their bulking, at least from what I've seen, unless they've changed things in the last month or so. But also, if you want to check out Wellbots, and I can give you a code if you want, they usually have really good deals on their battery bulking for DPU-X. It's funny because I'm not sure where Wellbots came from, but there's another company that just came out, and I can't say good or bad about them because they're new, but it's called the Off Grid Store. They actually sent me an email and said, hey, we would like for you to represent us and start using a link and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Well, you guys are brand new. I don't know who you are, don't know who you represent or anything like that. I have no idea if you're going to stick around. Why don't we give it several months? And, and if you guys can be kind of like Wellbots and, be able to, because Wellbots will at least honor, like, I guess, all if you buy it from them, they will honor all the warranty issues, I guess, with EcoFlow and whatnot. At least that's, what they said and what I heard. But yeah, if you're going to buy DPUX batteries, check Shop Solar, and then definitely check Wellbots, because they seem to have probably some of the best bulk pricing when it comes to all the batteries together. So do it, governor. By the way, Florida people think Pacific Northwest is the way to escape, and North Carolina. I'll tell you what, people think California is bad. You should go to freaking Washington State. Holy crap. It's like mini LA up there, but it's dark and gray all the time. It's worse. It's almost like zombie apocalypse up there. And it's funny, I had another guy who I was talking to at the gas station about a month ago. And he was literally pumping gas. He's like, wow, good to see gas back at kind of a normal price. I was like, are you from the Bay Area? He's like, oh, heck no. He's, I'm from Oregon. And I was like, Oregon? I was like, what's wrong with Oregon? He's like, dude, the gas prices have really gotten high up there. And also the people are freaking crazy. He's we had a whole bunch of Bay Area people move up there, and they destroyed, I guess, a whole bunch of Oregon. I don't think it was like Medford or Salem or some of the smaller things, but probably Portland, I think, which is right next to Washington. So, the zombies just kind of crowded over and took over that too. Something, oh, dude, I mean, it probably looks like that show Paradise or something, the whole zombie apocalypse going on. But Washington is a nice state to visit if you go on a sunny day. It is amazingly beautiful, but as soon as the clouds come in and the mist, all of a sudden it's like that for months. And it's horrible. I lived there for 1 year. And I used to go work there too, back when I worked for AT&T doing fiber optic. I was an AT&T fiber optic specialist covering 13 Western states, including Alaska and Hawaii. Wow, amazing how that rolls off. And it's funny because we never got to go to Alaska or Hawaii, which that sucked. But, we just had to go to the places out in the middle of freaking nowhere, like Everett, Washington, to go work on the towers where they had waveguide. They had these big horns up there that transmits RF. And so the waveguide would go down and send this little signal into these boxes and stuff. And the horn would have about, like, I forget how much PSI. It was like maybe 5 to 10 PSI of air in it to keep the horn inflated and pushed out. And you would see those big giant horns on top of these towers. Well, hunting people would like to group their shots in about probably an 8-inch circle and poke all these holes in there with their freaking 30-06 rounds or something. And so we'd have to go up on top of the tower and fiberglass some, do some patching on the horns to get them back up. But yeah, we did a whole bunch of fiber optic stuff. Definitely, that was cool for a few years that I did that. So that was fun. But kind of forgot some of that stuff. But anyway, let's get back to where we were going. Pacific Northwest. Yeah, I don't know. Oregon, parts of Oregon, I think are still good, but I think the far northern parts, maybe not. Tri-Cities, Washington, where I got the roof done on my RV, and the guy said it's turned to shit. Sorry. But it just, yeah, I don't know. So I don't think I'd be going anywhere up there. I think where I am is about as far north as you want to go, or maybe some of the southern parts of Oregon. Maybe so. What is your code? What code? Keep to the code. For shops. So Shop Solar. Here, let me see. Let me punch it in here. I don't remember. They're all on a thing. So the Johnny 5 one is for, I think it's for both, but I could be wrong. Let me double check, because everybody wants their own freaking code. I'm like, I try to give people, companies a code. And they're like, well, we'll just give you our own. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I want to give everybody the same one that works for everything. But, companies, I tell you, it's just stupid stuff. Let's see here. Do. Man, too many. Might have to be more organized, I guess. So, okay. Okay, so Johnny's 5 is going to be for Wellbots. And for Shop Solar, it's going to be Johnny Weekend, JOHNNYWKND. So those are going to be the ones that you will primarily see for most of the stuff. The Johnny Weekend one is going to be for Shop Solar and for Signature Solar. Although Signature Solar, because they said I wasn't selling enough, took my discount away. I was like, why would you do that? I was like, that doesn't matter how much I sell. I was like, you want people to still be able to go shopping there and get yours. So I primarily, because some of the things that I like Signature Solar, I don't have any issues with them, but I don't primarily promote them as much as I do Shop Solar, because I actually find sometimes Shop Solar has slightly better deals anyway. And it's sometimes only a few bucks, but hey, a few bucks is a few bucks. And if you can get 5% off extra, then why not go there? And they have good customer service as well. So, whatever. I have good experience with Wellbots. That's good. Thanks, Scooter, for giving the feedback, because I always like to know if they're not, then I don't want to promote them anymore and, tell you to go shop there, because, why would you? I was sent the A-Free P210 and did a review, and they were okay, but I would not buy through them. Yeah, I won't buy some of the real lower no-name people or even recommend them, because I just don't. There's only so many budget brands you can recommend. And so I think for like more of the budget brands, I like the Pecron stuff, because you get a lot for what you get. So sometimes it's a gamble on how well is their customer service going to be, which I hope it's. We even told them, all of us, when we went to CES in Las Vegas, we told Paul, you need to ramp up your customer service. You have to have people get back to people within 24 hours. You can't be doing this 3, 4, 5 day thing. That just doesn't work, because if you continue to do that, well, then your warranty can expire, for crying out loud. And that's stupid. So EcoFlow seems to always have sales. I'm starting to think they never have regular pricing. Well, you could say that with almost any company out there, because it's a game. If you go to a car lot, everything is always on sale because of MSRP. So if you look at MSRP, it's like, oh, we'll take advantage of this deal right now. But then they have bigger sales, obviously when they have true sales. So they want to show you the MSRP pricing, so you can say, oh, look, it's $5,999, but we're selling it for $5,599. Well, that's probably normally their everyday price, but they want to always show you, and this is just marketing is all this is. They always want to show you how much it would be if they didn't have any kind of a sale, and it's $6,000. And again, that's like that with everything, except during COVID, you had to you had to bid on stuff if you wanted it. It's horrible. So you wanted a truck, you had to bid for the damn thing. But all those fees, if you remember that. I bought 2 EcoFlow units, my first power stations, off-grid stores last November. I got a great and no sales tax off-grid store. Okay. Well, that's good. At least somebody has some feedback. So, because I'm still kind of eyeing them just to make sure that they're going to be around, and, companies disappear. They just do. Because, they're like a drop ship company. They take the sales and stuff, ships from wherever, and that's about it. They don't touch anything. They don't do anything. So, let's see. Lived there for 4 years before moving back to Cali. Felt like gloom and doom all the time. Yeah, David, I bet. Yeah, I can't go there. But sunny day, 5 days a year. Laugh out loud. Oof. Yeah, I can tell you, I could. We happened to live there in '86. So for any of you historians out there, what famous thing happened in 1986? Because that was the year I lived there. I was still in school. We were watching this event in school, but during that event, or during that year I lived there, it happened to be, and this was in Washington, in Bothell, not too far from Seattle. And it happened to be one of the worst rainy seasons and snowstorms. It was like a 100-year storm in the last 100 years. And so not Mount St. Helens. That was like 1981, 82, 81. So something else happened in '86. I did go see Mount St. Helens though when I was young. Gosh, I was real young, and there was a lot of blown up stuff. It was probably when we lived there actually, but yeah, we were there for a 100-year storm, and my dad, who lived in primarily, because we were born in Los Angeles next to Disneyland, um, he moved up there, living in Southern California almost his whole life, and after a year, he's like, "I'm getting the hell out of this hellhole. Whose idea was it to come here?" And but that was back when, I think we moved up there mainly because my mom and my dad, they split, and they were trying to stay together for us, for the kids and everything, and it was more of a nightmare than it was a blessing. But so it is what it is on that aspect. But yeah, so but yeah, won't go back to Washington unless it's to visit. In fact, Off Grid honored their 30-day price guarantee for me and rebated me the difference. Oh, nice. Okay, well, that's good. Northern California coast is priceless. Darn right. It is pretty nice. And Scooter, when you talk about Northern California, where are you talking about exactly? Like, rough area idea. Curious, how did you come up with the name Johnny's Weekends? Ha ha ha. I don't know because I started. I think I was going to do Johnny's Tech, and then that didn't seem very fitting. And then, and this was back when I just started, and I was putting out videos. And so then I think it was Johnny Five Vids for a while. So I'm very broad. That lasted for like probably 2 or 3 months. And then I think Johnny's Weekends was like, we were just kind of, my wife and I were talking, and we were like, "Oh, well, what do you?" It's like, "Well, I make videos and I do this," and it's like, "Well, when do you put them out?" I was like, "Well, I always put them out on the weekend," which now I kind of put them out a little bit more frequently, but I always put them out on Saturday or Sunday. Sunday ended up becoming more the day, so it ended up just being I put out a video every weekend. So Johnny's Weekends, man, I don't know. And then of course, I always tried to go do stuff on the weekends because you're always working. So it's like, well, what are we doing this weekend? And so now it seems like whatever I'm doing this weekend, it's always I'm putting out a video or something, but I don't know. So I guess that's kind of where it came from. There were a lot of Bigfoots in Washington State. Heck no, I am not going there. Well, okay, you have Bigfoot up north, right? And around what, Oregon, Washington, and then you have the cousin, the Sasquatch, which I think is a little bit more the Northern Territory, Eastern, because the Sasquatch, I think, is a little bit more north, maybe even in Canada, right? But then you have the El Chupacabra. He's down south. I think he's more like a New Mexico, maybe Nevada, Arizona. So, you don't want to get anywhere near, I think, any of those three. So you have to figure out who you want to deal with. You want the Bigfoot or the Sasquatch or the El Chupacabra. So, and, I've been out in the desert before. And there was one time where I think I may have seen an El Chupacabra, and I was just like, I don't know what that was, but if that was an El Chupacabra, I guess that's what it would look like, but I'm not sure. This was when I was in El Paso, Texas. Oh, here's a good story for you. Oh crap. Okay, I'll get to more of the questions real quick, but El Paso, Texas, back when I worked with AT&T doing fiber optics, we had to go out there to one of the regen huts, and this regen hut is literally man, it is almost throwing a rock distance from the border. So you go to El Paso, you head south, then you get to the end of the road, then it turns to a dirt road. You go down that road for about another 5 to 6 miles until you get to the regen hut. And the regen hut is where it's all fenced off and everything, and you drive inside the fence, and then it's an underground vault. Inside that underground vault is a whole bunch of communication systems where the fiber optic networks are. And so I was going out there to do a reroute of, I think it was like 4 fibers. So you cut these 4 fibers, you redo the terminations, you reroute them in a different patch, and then whatever, and away you go. Now, I was only out there by myself, and you have to start everything in the evening. And what happened is that on my way out there, it's, the sun's setting, and I can see the dirt road, and I can see the border fence. It's way over there. And I'm like, okay, I'm getting closer and closer and closer. And I'm like, where in the hell is the hut? Because I'm going to be on the border wall in a minute. And then, oh, well, there it is. There's the hut right underground. It only sticks up out of the ground like probably 3 or 4 feet. And then you open the hatch, you get in, you close the hatch, and you lock it because you don't want people coming in there and, or whatever they do. What else was inside there to keep the generator, or to keep the hut running, is these big giant saltwater batteries. and they were huge. They looked like 55-gallon drums. And when I first started, I was like, "What the heck are those things?" And they're saltwater batteries, NaCl, and they're huge, but they're all 6 volt, right? And there was a whole rack along the bottom, and I think they were stacked like 2 by 2. They weren't as big as a 55-gallon drum, but they kind of looked like that, about half the size. And so it was like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think. Gosh, it's been a long time. And then they had a whole nother rack of the saltwater batteries up on top. And if the power goes out, that's what kept the stupid, generator hut running until the backup generator needed to kick on. So I thought that was interesting that they had saltwater batteries back then. And I'm sure they've switched them all out now. But anyway, so back to the rest of the story. I'll get it closed up quick here. I got done around 2:30 or 3 in the morning. And that is not an area you typically want to hang out at all, according to the locals there, because when I went to go get food before I got there, they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "Out here." And they're like, "Oh, no, my friend, that's not where you want to be." And I was just like, why not? And they're like, "White boy." That's all the guy said. He's like, and I was just like, okay, I'm not where I'm supposed to be. But anyway, so I go out there. As I'm leaving, it's pitch black. You can't see much out there. I'm in a Chevy truck. The headlights suck. And I'm driving down the dirt road and I get lost. And, you don't have GPS or anything. You just use some landmarks. And so just as I start to kind of get down this road and I realize, you know what, this is not the correct road. And as I'm coming up on it, on the side of the road, there's this mound of dirt. And I'm just kind of looking at it like, that's really weird. And so as I get closer to the mound of dirt, there's a cross on that mound of dirt. And I'm like, what the heck? And so I stop, and it's like right there in front of me on the headlights. And I stop and I'm looking at it. So then I back up a little bit and point the headlights to it. I'm like, this can't be real. And then I start thinking about where I am. And so I actually could see a piece of the shoe sticking out of the dirt. And I'm just like, and so I freaking, you turned around, and good thing I filled up before I got out there, because I hauled ass. That truck was bouncing, gear was flying. I was like, Baja 1000, whoop, whoop, whoop. I was gone. But yeah, I didn't want to stick around too much. But that was kind of crazy for the El Paso, Texas thing. Always sending us off to weird places. And yeah, I even called the authorities, said, hey, there's somebody out here that is, they're dead. So yeah, anyway, but back off of that. Mount St. Helens mudslides, no. 1986, the year, Hub got it. The Challenger explosion. Boom. Good job. 1986, the Challenger did explode, where all the kids were watching it on TV, and the teachers came over slowly and said, well, that was something interesting to watch. Let's watch something else now, or let's just turn this off and go outside and play, because that's what everybody did. We went outside to play. Because we didn't really know what happened, even though I knew what happened because I'd watched several of them. And I was like, that isn't right. And yeah, I know. SFN North. I have an EcoFlow Pro 3, Delta Pro 3. I assume finding it difficult to add enough solar power to get it close to 1,600 watts in the high solar without going to the over voltage limit, basically. So yeah, when it comes to your solar voltage, you don't want to go over the voltage, right? So it's 150 volts. So what you need to do is put more of them in parallel, and you're going to just kind of max out your amperage. Now, it's okay to go over your amperage, because you can have, let's say, I think the Delta Pro 3 pulls, is it 15 or 20 amps? It's either one of those. It's 15 or 20. It could be 25, but I don't think so from what I remember. But if it has the 150 volt limit, then you need to make sure you stay under it by usually 8 volts is kind of the minimum. You probably, depending on how cold it gets wherever you are, but you probably want to be somewhere around the high 130s for your max voltage. And then when it comes to your amps, you can overamp all you want, because your system, the Delta Pro 3, is going to pull whatever it needs. It's going to pull, if there's 100 amps available, it'll be like, oh, you have 100 amps available? Cool. I only need 15, so that's all I'm going to take. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's the same thing with your house, right? You have a 100 amp panel right on the other side of this wall, 200 amp. But, my light bulbs, they're like, oh, I only need like 2 amps, but you have 100 available? Cool. So kind of an easy way to think about it. You can overamp all you want, and the unit will pull, whatever it needs, but you just don't want to overvolt it. So you just probably need to take your solar array setup and add more of them into parallel. So whether it's 2x2 or whether you have, I don't know where your solar array configuration is, but if you have 4 in series, then you could add another 4, but you would, parallel those in. So it'd be 4 in series and another 4 in series, but paralleled in together. That way they're at the same voltage. And then you're over paneling at that point is what you're also doing. You're trying to over panel. So just don't go over your voltage. You can go over your amps and you'll be okay. I wouldn't be pumping, 80 amps, obviously, because you don't want to, even though you're only going to pull 15, but still, there's still kind of a limit. I like to at least be like, oh, it only takes 20. I'm not going to, try to give it 80, just so I'm not heating up my connectors just in case. So, but anyway, Green Killer was caught. Green Killer was caught. I don't even know who that was. I purchased a Zoop 350 solar panels because of your reviews. Thank you. Dude, Zoop is killing it. If you want a portable solar panel, there's nobody else better than Zoop right now. They have the best deals. They give you the most stuff. And I used to recommend the Renogy stuff all the time because when those first came out, those were, I thought, the best new panels. And I loved them. I love the style. I love how they folded and everything else. I was like, man, these are finally something better. And then Zoop just kind of came and blew them out of the water. They got a hold of the same manufacturer, and they basically just do it for less. And they're using all N-type cells, and I mean, they're killing it. So if you want a portable solar panel, I think Zoop is pretty much the only way to go. The EcoFlow one is nice, but it's just so fragile. I don't even really want to use it because, man, if it blows over and if it's not secured, those things are going to crack and break. So yeah, Zoop, totally the way to go. I bought a lot from Temu. I don't, it's funny. Everybody hated Temu a long time ago because they knew that they were involved with the whole CHP and all, or the CCP, sorry, and all the child labor stuff, which, I mean, I think that's just a given out there. It just kind of is what it is because that's what they do. It's part of their culture that they go to work really young. But Temu was just also garbage. And I think they've tried to change now and be a little bit more legit. I don't know. I still don't really buy much from Temu or anything like that. I don't even recommend them at the moment. But you can find decent stuff. But you buy something from them, and you're probably going to be ghosted, especially if it's if it's an expensive purchase. I don't know what kind of warranties or assurances you have from them at all. I don't know. I don't have any experience because I don't recommend Temu. So that's just me. But I've almost bought stuff from there because the price is so good, but I just don't want to take the chance. So, oh, I didn't see that. It says I bought a lot from Temu. I bought the Pulsar. Sorry, I didn't see that was 400 dB in for 434 brand new. That's a pretty good deal. I mean, considering I think it's normally 549. I think for that one. The spaceship Demonkel. Yeah, that's correct. 1986 floods and mudslides. There could have been some of that too somewhere. I'm not sure where, but spins. So you had good experience with Temu, Jacqueline. That's good to know. Jacqueline, yeah, I buy everything from their brand new and warranty mode. Interesting. Pulsar 400, I paid 434. Blue Eddy, this, that, da da da. I heard a dogman in East Texas. I never went back again. Also, and like your story, I was walking around a village in Mexico a long time ago. Someone shoved me into an alley and said, "Hide, you're too white." Yeah. It's funny because I grew up in Southern California in a mixing pot of everybody. So it was always cool. I had all kinds of friends that didn't matter what race they are or were, whatever it is. We were all different back down there. If you come up to where I live, yeah, it's predominantly white up here. But there's still, I mean, there's Vietnamese, there's Asians all over, and the black community up here isn't quite as high. Mexicans, I'd say, I wouldn't say it's equally mixed, but our demographics have changed a lot, definitely over the last 10 or 15 years. One of the surgeons I worked with, he's a black neurosurgeon. He was the first black neurosurgeon in Northern California, and he's the first black neurosurgeon in Northern California. And I used to work with him all the time. Great guy. And one of his stories was is that he has a couple great stories, but um, he was on his way to the hospital for an emergency because he had a neurosurgeon doing a cranie, and as he was hauling ass up the road, he got pulled over, and obviously he's just like, "Sir, where are you going?" He's like, "Well, I'm on my way to the hospital. I'm getting ready to do surgery." And the guy's like, "Do surgery?" He's like, "Well, yeah, I'm the neurosurgeon." He's like, "Yeah, right, buddy. Let me see some ID." And so he's like, all right. So you're just, the patient's just going to get more critical. So he gives him the ID, he calls in, does all this stuff. And the guy's all, shoot, I'm so sorry, sir. I had no idea. He's all, it's cool. It's just because I'm black, right? And he was like, no, no, that's not it, all freaking out and everything. He's like, no, I'll give you an escort all the way. Just follow me. We're going to haul ass. And so that was one of his cool stories. I was back in like the 80s. Yeah, so yeah, good stories on that and everything. But let's see what else we got here. Paid this and that. Da da da. Going to Bushy Campground soonish. Ever been there? Bushy Camp Boucher? It looks like Boucher to me. Boucher Campground. Never been there myself. Hi, just stopping by to say hi. 50 King, Z50 King, right on. Child labor. What is this? Yeah, it's just stuff. Green River is near SeaTac. Jeffrey Hanks. Hi, one question I have is on the solar panel clamps on the RV. Been waiting for another update before reconfiguring mine, as I already have 3 pairs of aluminum strut front to back. Well, I did do the one update video when I was down in. So I took my RV after the install. I was going to go on a trip. It got canceled, but I did make my way down to Quartzsite, Arizona, and back. And I've done 2 more trips since then, which one trip I just got back home from the other day, which is not very far. It's only like an hour. But I just checked them again because I was doing some height measurements. And I was up there looking at all my clamps. They haven't moved at all. Those things are stuck. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to get up there about every other trip and check them again, but I didn't Loctite any of them. Actually, I decided, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to let them ride, and I'll just, trust me on the trip. I was kind of freaking out, especially on my way to Quartzsite, Arizona, because it's like from here, I think it was like 850 miles or something like that, just one way. But the clamps are killing it. And I was waiting for somebody to come out with clamps like that for a few years because they have those type of clamps on, the commercial stuff for, the solar racking that we used, for housing and stuff. You just set the panels down on the rack and you put the clamp right on it, boom, and it's done. It's like, why can't we get this for Unistrut? They had a couple clamp configurations, but they were not good. They were super big and bulky. There was a couple different types you could buy, but I didn't like those at all. They were super big, super heavy. I didn't like the way the clamp was, so I waited a little longer. Then boom, the new black clamps came out, and those have been great. And they have, you flip them so you can do different size panels and everything. The only thing you have to do really is cut the bolts, but so far A-OK on those clamps. I love those things. And the way I did, of course, that setup, because I wanted to do something very specific, and it makes it to where I can rip off all those solar panels real quick and put up a whole new configuration up in minutes. And so it's pretty cool, and I'm glad I went that way, and I needed it to be that way for what I do. So so yeah, the clamps, Jeff, yes, definitely. I bought a Power Smart 3800 dual fuel from T-Mobile for $300 and sold it today for $400, and the customer wants to buy another one. Gee whiz, you need be a flipper. My wife says that I am a Temu junkie. Uh-oh. Yeah, what's the one that the women go on all the time? It's not quite Temu, but it's like some kind of a Temu for women for like clothes and crap. It's whatever. They buy all kinds of stuff. Runs on coffee. Do the solar panel connectors need to be the same gauge as the wire you're using to connect to your power station? The connectors don't need to be the same, but you want from your solar panels to your power station, you want that to be at least be bigger. So you don't want to go from, say, the 10 gauge on the solar panels and then go to a 12 or a 14, unless you're running super small, low voltage, low amps, then whatever. But you should probably at least get a bigger, like try to go with a 10 gauge with an XT60 connector on it to your MC4s. That way you're oversizing your wire a little bit. And if you're just buying those little adapter things anyway, big deal. It's going to cost you an extra couple bucks. It's worth it, So that way you're just keeping your connectors cooler, not having to worry about maybe some voltage loss as much, depending on maybe how far your run is. I don't know what your run or anything looks like. Is it just are you 20 feet, 10 feet? I don't know. So, but definitely try to go with same size or bigger. Is what I would do. Seriously, the United States did the same thing. Wait, seriously, did the United States did the same thing back in the 60s and 70s and 80s to young people? China is the new America. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, China in itself is it's their whole thing, and without getting crazy political and stuff. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Just everybody has their own opinions on stuff. It's kind of like whenever I review something and everybody always says it's from China, it's like, well, I've reviewed American made products and when I do, man, I get shot down. People are just they laugh at the price. They're like, I would never buy that thing, even if it is made in the USA. They want like, $350 for something I can buy for 100. Well, that right there isn't the company's problem or the manufacturer problem or even a me problem. That's the viewers basically deciding right then and there they won't buy that product because it's from America. They're buying it because it's too expensive. And maybe it's not entirely our fault. I don't know. But we've gotten very accustomed to buying honestly cheap crap. A lot of it is disposable, now when it comes to smaller, cheaper items. Now, sure, once you start buying more quality items, sure, it's going to last. But I mean, even the cars nowadays, even Honda, they know that making a generator that lasts 25 years isn't good business. That isn't good business for Toyota. And they've realized that. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. But if you sell a car that goes a million miles, which they can build vehicles that do that, but why would they? Why would they do that? Because they know you're not going to buy more products. Because if it lasts that long, that's just less product they're going to sell. And that in any business model is not a good business model, which is sad in reality. So I think Toyota and even Honda probably over the last 10 years have finally realized that business model isn't working anymore, which is why I think you start to see a lot more Honda cars have issues like the SUVs, the little CRVs, the Honda Pilots and all this stuff. Their transmissions are junk. They have all kinds of electrical problems now. It's like anything after about, I think, 2016 on a Honda, unless it's like an Accord, maybe a Civic, I don't think I'd buy any of the new fancy stuff myself. I mean, I know 3 friends that had Hondas, 2024 Pilot, 2020, what was it, the van, and then a CRV, and that was maybe a 17. And they all had a lot of issues, way more than you would ever think you would typically owning a Honda. You have the old Hondas from, anywhere in the 90s, the 2000s, even 2010 or whatever, that freaking run forever. Sure, they could still have some problems here or there or whatever, but the majority of them have minimal issues, basic maintenance, and they'll just 2, 3, 400,000 miles and they go. But so I don't know. I started working when I was 15. Taxpayer, government shocks. Sounds good on the clamps. Darn right, Jeff. Back in a minute. Jason Oid, what's up, Jason? Where's my stuff? I told people that I lent you something. I was just joking, but anyway, good to see you if you're still hanging out. Back in the day, America made everything, and they did, and we still do make stuff. I mean, just not like we used to, but a lot of people have the same reactions. I think when Japan started making stuff, right? Nobody liked anything from Japan, and now they sell some of the best stuff. So I don't know if that'll ever be China, but again, without getting too crazy off track and whatever, but those clamps are the same I used on my 14 kilowatt system on my home. Right on. Sheen. Somebody be talking here and like Sheen. Not sure what that means. First time in South Chicago suburb. Me drunk walking down the street from a hotel looking for food. Johnny, I bought a lot of. Johnny, I bought a lot and called Pulsar and Blue Eddy and Milwaukee. And yes, warranty is good because they are legit. Well, I mean, maybe Temu is better than it used to be because I know they email me all the time wanting me to work with them. And I don't even know, maybe it's a product or maybe it's Temu in general. But I mean, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things. Do you promote. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're buying more directly from China because if you buy anything from what Temu, the shipping is takes a long time, like 2, 3, 4 weeks. So you're basically getting it right off the boat. I don't know. When will you understand? Will you want products to last, not junk? We buy a worship machine. We buy a worship machine. That lasts 2 years, 1970s. They're still ongoing. Laugh out loud. You own a nice GMC truck. I do own a nice GMC truck. I bought that truck used from a guy who made a bad financial decision. I don't think I will buy anything brand new ever again. I bought my wife's Tesla used. I bought that truck used. I bought my trailer used. And the amount of money that I was able to save by doing that and put like in the investments or savings, or it was just totally worth it. I bought new vehicles, and again, I don't think I will ever do it again. It just doesn't make any financial sense. I mean, you would be surprised at what I paid for my RV when I bought it, and not to mention that truck and everything else. It's you know, and that's the thing. I'm patient though. I'm willing to wait for a deal. I waited a year to buy that truck, and my wife was just over it. She was like, "Go buy something," and I was like, "Nope, not yet." So, but when I see a deal, I strike and move. And even Jasonoid was actually he was part of that conversation when I went to go buy that truck. We were in Vegas at the time. That was kind of a hot skip and a jump. My 2014 Honda is still rocking. It's got a 6-speed though. Wouldn't trust the Honda CVTs. Darn right, Jason. The CVTs are junk. They haven't been out long enough, I think, in order for them to be on that kind of a platform, commercially, I guess. They work for some applications, but I just don't think for vehicles in general all the time, I don't think they just last. They get abused, and I don't know. I'm not down with the CVTs. I don't like them. And I mean, I don't think we're going to see a very long life with the CVTs anyway, because I mean, with everything going hybrid and electric, I mean, you're going to start seeing kind of like the Chevy Volt. It's, basically an electric vehicle with a little gas engine that's a generator. And so I think that's what you're going to start seeing a lot more of. And those I think are good vehicles. And so man, when you look at it, the technology that went into all the new vehicles over the last few years, I think a lot of that's just going to get dumped because it's going to be hard to beat the electrics pretty soon, unless they just jack up the energy rates but we will see. Shein is the Temu for Shein is a Temu for women. Oh, maybe that is actually. Okay, I'll have to look that up. See what that is. My dad is looking for a reliable car. I told him Toyota. He loves the Corolla. Hey, what's a hybrid? A Cora. Hey, what's a hybrid? That's an old car. That's an old Toyota. A while back I had a Toyota 4Runner with the V8. Oh man, I tell you, it's like with a 1,000,000-mile motor. Darn, I don't know why I sold that thing. I should have just kept it, but I needed a vehicle for my kids, and that vehicle could have bought 2 kid vehicles, a little Toyota Corolla and something else, because I had drivers coming up. So, but that thing was amazing, and I should have kept it. But darn, I mean, I had that good V8 engine in it, and darn. The Japanese attorney war used to make all the toys in the 50s from March something sea metal. 77 Plymouth Trail Duster with a 223 slant 6. Oh, okay. Now we're getting old. There you go. For the win, slant 6. Man, you talk to any of the new kids, it's like, you know how to drive a stick? No, it's like, man, imagine if you tried to shove them in like something with a 3-speed on the column. They would just be lost. Oh my gosh, that would be horrible. How are you liking your EcoFlow DPUX? I still gave it figured out. I still haven't figured out how to charge it with a generator through Smart Panel 3. I'm rocking the 2004 Silverado with a 25 HD, ugly but dependable. The DPUX, I liked it when I was testing it and using it, and I still use it off and on at the moment. And I don't do any of the Smart Home Panel 3 stuff or any of those other things. just because I like simplistic and reliability without having to get too crazy. And if any of this stuff fails, I can go right back to the grid or right back to a generator. So I don't have to worry about some weird, funky issue with a smart home panel. Not that I don't think it's good. Like if I was going to do one, the smart home panel 3 is the only one I would go with. I don't know why the generator isn't working though, because I thought it had a generator input block right on it for your 3 wire or 4 wires coming in. From what I thought, it's been a while since I've looked at one, so I apologize. But I did, it's funny. 2004 Silverado 2500. Um, that is that a diesel or is that got the 8.1 in it? The 8.1 big old giant gas, sucker or junk. It's junk. It's all junk. I have an 86 Van Am 89 Ram Charger. I can work on that. Darn right. All the old cars before all the crazy smog and oof, man. Furman generators are good also, and customer service is great. It's funny, I don't ever do any of maybe it's because I just don't like them, and there was a couple bad ones that came out, but you could have that with any company. I just didn't really get into the Furmans much. I prefer if I was going to do something, I'd rather just go with a Champion or a Wen generator. I know those guys are, you can buy them at Tractor Supply, Home Depot. You can just go right off the website, Amazon or whatever, and they've always had good customer service. So I think I just stick with companies I know that are around and whatever. But not that there's anything wrong with the Furmans. I know some people that have had good luck with them, and I know other people that are they're junk, for them anyway. But and again, sometimes it's just model specific. Same thing with anything else. So 6.0 V8. Oh, okay, that's right. They had a 6.0. They also had that big 8.1 though. Yeah, but the 6.0 that was a power motor. I mean, those things keep on rocking. Sometimes they get a little bit loud, but they keep going. How much total solar and battery do you have? Let's see. I have the 5.3 grid tied on the back. It's 5.2 or 5. It's 5.2 or 5.4. I forget. Shoot. I think it's 5.4 because it's like 5.36 or something like that. So 5.4 in the back, and then the off grid, which is a east-west system, that is 3.62 per side. So 7.2. So what, 13 kilowatts on my house system, I guess. So the 13 kilowatts on the house, and then the 2200 watts that I also run from the RV into this, into the DPU, because this has a lower solar input voltage. Hence, I'm not using the DPUX, because it only has the two high inputs. And because I was running everything into here, it makes it a lot easier. Now, as far as battery capacity goes, if I'm just doing DPU behind me, I have two full stacks, so that's 60 kilowatt hours, a little bit more, like 61, right? And then the EG4 batteries, those I just topped off actually today, which I need to drain those down a little bit, but I needed to balance it because I haven't had it to 100% a little bit. Yeah, so there's 28 back here on this side, because those are 14.3 each, so 28.6. I have two more batteries over there for DPU, so another 12 over there. And then if you add up all the little power stations and stuff that I have currently, what is that? 60, 70, 80, I don't know. It's over 100, kilowatt hours of batteries and stuff that I have. But I really only use the 90 that's behind me kind of on a continuous basis. The other stuff, I also have 15 kilowatts in the trailer too. Huh. I keep forgetting about where stuff is. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. But let me see if I skipped anything here just in case. Total solar. Come on, they talked about solar paint back in the 90s where the technology. Oh yeah, solar paint. Yeah, where is this solar paint? I had a Furman, it died in a year, went back to a Westinghouse. Yeah, so I mean, there you go. I mean, it's just, my first car I bought was a 73 Duster. Right on. Um, with a factory sunroof, 125 bucks. Hey Johnny, are you going to review the Westinghouse 5000 dual fuel? I thought about it back and forth. I don't have the Predator 5000 to put it up against. Westinghouse hasn't returned any information, so I may just buy that one myself. I was trying to, get them to send me one, and they sent an email back and forth once or twice, and then they kind of ghosted, and kind of like a little bit like when does I emailed them and just haven't heard anything from them. And getting a hold of Win is not easy because it's not just Win Power Sports. Is you always have to get a hold of marketing. You always have to get a hold of affiliate stuff, and then they want to verify who you are and what you do and all this stuff. And sorry, somebody's blowing up my phone for some reason here. Okay, not too crazy, but yeah, trying to get a hold of some of these companies is not easy because they don't use their actual name. So I mean, I want to do Westinghouse, but I mean, just have to buy that one myself. And so so we'll see if I can find it on a good deal. But I think one of the other problems is that one will not ship to me because I'm in California. So that's a reason why I don't do some units, is because I can't get it. Um, and what's weird is that I tell people if because say you're going to go to Amazon and buy it or whatever, just go to Walmart and they'll ship it to you. They like to ship Amazon likes to play games and just kind of make up their own rules. But Walmart will usually ship it to you. But I think Walmart won't ship that one either. So let me see, just in case, if this one is. Let me double check to see if this one is, because they have so the it looks like the 5000. I thought there was a different model, but the 5000 is just the redo. That's just the redo of the 4500. I think it's the same Dakar 220. You'd have to give me a model number on it, but if you're looking at the Westinghouse 5000, that's a dual fuel. That is just a revamp of the 4500, and I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. Why is there two models? Looks like there's two versions. There's actually an EFI version. I forgot they came out with an EFI. So I'm pretty sure it's still using the same 224cc Dakar engine. And if that's actually factual, then that means if it is, it is a variant or even the same engine as the Predator 5000, because they will use the same engine. Sometimes the inverter boards will be different. Yeah, so they have the EFI dual fuel version, the EFI version, and there's always the things with EFI. One thing that's nice is that the EFI, it looks like it did say, wasn't the EFI also dual fuel, right? Yeah. Yeah, so the EFI also comes in dual fuel. I like that. And I do like Westinghouse generators. It's just I should send them another email again just to see, but this one actually says, because it's EFI and everything, it actually says it will ship to me. Wasn't that something? I didn't know. Because before it wouldn't. The other one. I bet if I go back, I wonder if I go back to the other one. See, that's weird. Okay, so here's the problem with all this stuff as far as generators go and things like this. Amazon will say it will not ship this particular unit to California because it doesn't meet CARB compliance, right? And a lot of these stupid generators have the same engines. from Dakar or from Rado or from whatever, and they could be the exact same model, but because they didn't apply for the carb certificate and pay all the money to have that thing shipped over here, they won't allow it to be shipped here from Amazon. And all it is applying for the stupid sticker for California. It's just a money grab. And so that's kind of a shame. But this one says it was shipped, so I might have to look into that then, especially being EFI and a dual fuel. That's nice that they have that one available. I mean, it is a bigger unit. Obviously, it's not going to be like the compact portables that I prefer those mainly, and then a real big one for the home. Um, but it just depends. But and that's a big topic too, because when it comes to generators, you see all these 4,500 watt generators that are putting out the same amount of power as like a, a Predator 3,500 and all this with a much smaller engine. It's kind of like a four cylinder cars that are adding turbos or higher revving to get that power. But so I'll have to look into that. I do like the Westinghouses as well. Some of their models anyway. Westinghouse has power washers. Yeah, Plymouth is the best overland camping truck. Her camping truck, 3 full-grown men pop out. Bam, yeah, nice. I was wondering if it was the same as the 4,500. Like I said, I think that Westinghouse is. It's just revamped, and they added a fuel injection. Never had the Westinghouse power washer 2400 yard. I have the 4500, and after fixing the board, as everyone's known the issue, I've never had an issue with it. As far as fixing when I did the fix for that a long time ago, the choke wire thing and all that, when you had to disassemble it and pull in the plug wire because they strapped the harnesses too tight, it literally unplugged the damn thing from the board. It's like, come on. I mean, that's probably just some Monday dude who, or whatever, did that same position. You tie up all these wires and stuff. He's okay. Well, how many did you do? Oh, I don't know, 2 or 3,000. A whole bunch of them had issues. Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge and stories. This was very interesting and helpful. I need to run. Time zone stuff. Yeah, that's true. My East Coast people are, getting a little bit closer because 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. They made both gas only and dual fuel 4,500. Yeah, they did for the Westinghouse. Do you have to shackle the power out of the batteries every once in a while? Shackle the power out. Well, drain them. Yeah, you should, unless you store the batteries at let's say 60 to 80%. Technically that's where they say you should store them, and they can sit there for a long time. If you charge them to 100%, you're not really supposed to let them sit at 100% for long periods. Several days, couple weeks, yeah, probably just fine. But you don't want to do that for months on end. And you do have to do some maintenance to these batteries once in a while, because you have to drain them all the way down to zero, so you can reset the BMS, especially these LFPs like on the DPU and stuff. Sometimes it'll say 55, 60%, and then boom, it'll be charged all the way to 100 like in an hour and a half. And I know that's not possible. It's like, oh, okay, it's at 50, 60%. It might make 100 by the end of the day. We'll see, depending on how much I'm drawing. But yeah, so every once in a while, about every 3 months, you almost need to drain these to complete zero and then charge them back up in the same day. You don't want to let them sit at zero for long. You're talking 1 day max, because you can have cell problems. If one gets a little bit too low, it can throw an error code and brick the whole thing. So if you're doing that maintenance thing, you should discharge it all the way to zero, and then probably hang out like you're watching it, almost being like, okay, it's going to go to zero to it's zero in like 2 hours. After that, I'm going to charge it back up and let it charge to wherever. Even if you charge it just a 5%, just get it somewhere. Don't let it sit at zero. Holding power in the batteries, does it affect the charge? Basically, just talked about that. You don't want to let them sit at 100% for too long, few weeks at best. But other than that, if you're going to store long periods of time, you're supposed to do it somewhere around that 60 to 80% range if you're going to do months at a time for storage. So, and definitely don't let them sit at zero for longer than a day if possible. I ended up destroying my original Delta Pro because I didn't realize I had it on standby, and I was doing a test and I drained it really low, like to 2%. And it stayed on standby that whole time, waiting for me to turn it, because I had it to never shut off. Well, then it died, And then we had all kinds of, it was during the winter when Christmas was happening and Thanksgiving and all kinds of, and I just got busy and forgot about it. And so then when I went to charge it, I tried for about 2 weeks to charge it in every way possible fashion, and I just couldn't get it to come back to life. And so my original Delta Pro died because of I left it unattended and I left it at zero. And so one cell got too low, below the parameter. And so what that does is it sends an error and it bricks the system. It doesn't allow it to charge anymore. The BMS says, no, there's a problem. I can't charge. So I'm not going to let you charge because there's a problem. So yeah, don't let them go to zero and don't let them stay at 100% for months at a time. Carb is a scam. Yeah. They'll ship it from China to a California warehouse. So you're darn right they will. They're all down there. I know exactly where that is too, because I have some family that is literally like 2 miles from all the shipping warehouses where Blue Eddy is, EcoFlow, a whole bunch of other dudes. They're all right in the same strip. It's kind of like when you go to China, all the stuff is in the same strip there in Shenzhen and where's the other place in Chongqing? Like all the stuff is in those two cities. It's kind of funny. I'd like to go there one day, just go video it and check it all out. Be like, hey, here's where all our stuff comes from. It'd be a heck of a trip, that's for sure. Just got to make sure you go when it's, I need a translator or something. If you scroll up, I explained how to hook up a generator smart home panel 3. Do you think that the Power Smart 4500 is the same as the 48? Yes. I guarantee if you look at everything, the only thing that's different is the inverter board. The inverter board for the Win just puts out more power. It just allows more. But I bet the engine is exactly the same. And it's kind of one of those things where if it looks like a duck, then it is a duck. It's the same thing with the generators too. You'll see, companies will ask, whoever's making that generator, hey, we would like that same thing. Okay, great. We can't make you the exact same one, but we can make you something similar. So, hey, we'll give you the same engine, all the same stuff. We'll just give you, do you want a little bit more power or do you want a little bit less? And they'll probably also tell you that, hey, that 4800 is kind of the max that particular unit can be. We can make it a little less. We can do this. We can make it dual fuel. We can make it single fuel, whatever. And yeah, so you'll see several like that. And it's like I said earlier with the TikTok generator and stuff, and the Power Smart. If you're going to buy between the two, even though the TikTok generator might be cheaper, it's best to spend a couple more bucks and get it from Power Smart. So you're buying into that company, basically. That way you can call them or get parts from them or whatever. So basically UPS says you're shipping a bomb if you're shipping a battery. Yeah, it is expensive to ship batteries. I had a X that's been there for 30 years. That's been there for 30 years. That's been there for 30 years. That repeated a few times. Same thing with this other one. Lithium batteries are like lithium battery like bombs. Well, I mean, they can be if they get punctured or damaged. They can be. I mean, they don't explode so much as that the thermal runaway, and when they take off in the fire, man, they just get going and you can't stop them. It's crazy. The cylindrical cells, they like to explode actually, versus the pouch cells. They just kind of, the fire and away they go. The Predator, I assume that means Predator tri-fuel is pretty good. $2,000 is a lot of money. I said Predator, yep. Harbor Freight raised, there's a $400 in a month. Right. Yeah, I think, Harbor Freight raised their prices over the last few months, which they have on some of their items. And I think that's just because everything is getting passed down because, probably shipping costs are going up a little bit. Fuel costs have gone up. I don't know. I mean, I know that the generators went up really before all of this was going on. I don't know. It's I don't know. It's weird. One of the things that I've always I was talking to one of these, politician guys that were in town here and stuff. And I don't know, it it seems like if you really wanted to lower the price of goods pretty much across the country, if you could drop diesel prices across the board for, all the because everything is pretty much delivered with some kind of a diesel or a crude oil, right? So, the trains all use a diesel, all of our trucks use diesel. If everything is being delivered with some kind of a diesel truck, at least a majority of it, it's slowly changing. You think you'd be able to lower prices across the board everywhere if you lowered diesel back down to where it was cheaper than gasoline. Because if you have a trucking company, UPS, FedEx, doesn't matter who, and all their trucks are diesel, well, as soon as that price goes up, they have to charge more to deliver all those goods to Walmart. So then Walmart's like, okay, well, we had to pay for all this extra money to have all this stuff delivered to us. So now we have to raise the price to cover the cost of the diesel, and pass that on to the customers. So again, it seems like if you could just lower diesel prices across the board everywhere, you could drop the prices of everything, it seems like pretty easily. It just, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it seems to make sense to me. Drop diesel prices a lot and shoot, the price of everything go down. I don't know, cost of goods of everything. So I don't know. I don't know about you guys though, but I think we're going to get close to wrapping this up unless you guys have some more questions. Um, I'm definitely, I'll stick around for a few more minutes if you guys want to, if there's anything else you want to chit chat about. I mean, I know we talked about generators. We did talk some EV stuff. We did talk a little bit about some solar things and some battery junk behind me. So trying to figure out, is there anything else we could kind of zip through real quick before, I take off out of here. Because I know it's not terribly late. It's actually only 8:30 where I'm at. I know for some people it's probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, or 10:30, depending. And I know all the East Coast people they're pretty much probably checking out, depending. But hey, Johnny, first time viewer, just came across your live. Hey, right on, man. Really enjoying your content. Quick question: we have an Enphase 19 kilowatt hour solar on our house, and we want to become more self-reliant. Any thoughts? So I assume is your Enphase system, do you have batteries or no? Is it just grid tie, I assume? What do you think about the Bluetti Apex 300? I like the Bluetti Apex 300. I think it has a place depending on where you want to put it. I like the fact that you can switch it between 120 or 240, but you can get the full power out of the 120 volt leg. That's what I do with the RV. It's funny, after I shot the video, I realized that I didn't have it on 120 and I was using 240, so I was getting the power split between the two legs. But as far as the Apex goes, I think it's not a bad unit, especially for the price and the expansion and everything else you can do. But and David, as far as your Enphase system goes, I think it depends on if you have batteries or not. If you don't have batteries, and it also depends on, I mean, you say self-reliant, more like efficient, in other words, is really no battery yet, just tied into the grid. When did you have it installed? Because one thing too is that you don't have any batteries. So if you add batteries, typically at least with Enphase, and you modify your system, that can modify your contract. I don't know when you had to put in, but if you are on the NEM 2 program, then you don't want to modify that system in any way, because that can void or say that you've modified that contract. And every power company in the world would love to get people off of NEM 2, or even if they're on the original NEM 1 programs or pay type programs, where some companies are still paying people for overproduction. I'm on the NEM 2 program. So that means if I generate a kilowatt and I don't use it, I get to bank it. It's a credit. And so then when I need it, I have a full credit I can use and I won't get billed for it. If you go to the NEM 3 program, that means if you generate an extra kilowatt that you don't use and you put it in the bank, what happens is that when you want to use it, you get like a third of it back. Basically, it's not a 1-for-1 anymore. It's not like you give us one and we'll give you a third back. So you don't want to break that contract. So I mean, those are sweet because I want. We did the install in summer 24, bought the system outright. Oh, that's good. We're on a third party credit payback. Huh. Hmm. Hold on real quick here. Sweet, because I wanted something I could use in a 30 amp coach and house. So running with the thought of using my generator to charge it instead of using the generator to run the house or coach. Um, and David, that's the other David. That's a lot. A lot of what people are doing is they're using all these battery systems in their RVs or their homes as a supplement to a generator. Right? You're just basically using that generator to charge your battery systems up, charge it up quick within an hour or two, shut the thing off, and you don't have to have it running all night just to run your refrigerator and all that other stuff. Now, some people argue that's more inefficient, but it kind of depends on how you look at it because it's not very efficient to run a generator for hours, especially at only 500 or 600 watts. That's just, you can get more runtime out of something if you take that energy and just bulk it into a battery system real quick and then trickle it out slower. But yeah, I like the Apex. I think it was a good unit for even a 50 amp RV. If you're not trying to run everything, everybody's like, "Well, I need a big 50 amp unit for my RV." It's like, no, you don't. It's like I don't know where you're camping. If you do, then you need something real elaborate. But and then other David, as far as your as far as your install in 2024, I don't know where you are as far as who your company is, but you bought it outright, and we were on a third party credit payback. Uh, yeah, I don't know what state you're in or whatever, and what some of their things are as far as your power plan or your power company and all that. So there may be some things to look into that. I mean, if you're just wanting to be more self sufficient, or just trying to gain everything you can out of it. I mean, obviously, you want to do anything you can to uh, you know make your home more energy efficient. LED lights everywhere you can, which is kind of a no-brainer nowadays. But trying to make sure that your windows are the most efficient you can for homing and for heating and cooling. Um, if you would like the idea of putting in a mini splits are pretty darn efficient, especially if you're just trying to heat up certain areas versus trying to heat up the whole house with a big air conditioning unit. That's also an option. You can find mini splits now pretty cheap. They run on 120 volts, $650. Um, and they can usually, we actually had the power go out in our home a while back during this, or no, it wasn't the power went out. My air conditioning unit went out, and I had to use my mini split that's in here in the garage, and I used the air from here to actually blow into the house, and I used that. It actually worked pretty well just to heat up the back bedrooms, or I mean, cool down the back bedrooms. It was kind of surprising. I was like, wow, that worked really well. And that's all powered off of that. But trying to make your home as energy efficient as you can with lights and heating and cooling is one of the best ways to save on energy, and usually has pretty much immediate effects. So. But I would check with the power company, make sure to see what program you're on. I know you don't have any batteries, but you want to make sure there's also no contract limitations or things you do that could maybe jeopardize. I don't know what your contract is, 20-year, 10-year, you bought it outright, but I don't know what your power company says. So that might be out of some of my knowledge with that part. So yeah, sorry, couldn't answer that a little bit better. Got here late. Love your channel. Do you have any opinions on Anker Solex home panel AC coupling functionality for those of us with grid tied solar without batteries? I don't. And I was just talking about this with another guy. Now the AC coupling, depending on where you are, at least, I mean, because like I'm on NEM 2, right? I don't want to do anything to jeopardize that contract with my power company coming out here and be like, what did you install? Blah, blah, blah. Technically, it shouldn't void that contract, and it shouldn't adjust it. But sometimes power companies, sometimes people and higher powers can say and do and things and whatever they want. And then they would love to get you off that NEM 2 contract and put you on a NEM 3. So that's why I haven't done any of the AC couplings. I haven't gone any grid bosses. I haven't done any of that stuff because I just don't want to jeopardize that because I still have another 14 years on that contract, and that's huge energy savings for me because I use those kilowatt credits. I use them a lot, and because I generate a ton of them. And then, boy, in the summertime, when I mean, it's nice and cool in my house. So I would look into your solar system they have put on, contact your power company, or look at your contract and see because again, they don't want you to touch it. They don't want you to modify it. They don't want you to add anything to it. They don't want you to do anything. And if they do, that gives them a reason to say, "Oh, well, you've touched it, so we are going to void your contract and build you a new contract," and blah blah blah. Hence, I haven't touched mine. All this stuff, none of it touches my grid tie system. This is completely all off grid, hence the transfer switch. So because it was kind of like a real gray area. And I was just like, okay, well, if I do this, I would love to tie into my existing, but what if they say something and even though it shouldn't, but like I said, sometimes people in a higher power, they would love to get rid of you and do whatever they can to put more money back into their pocket because the more that we are all doing this home type energy efficiency stuff and small microgridding is kind of what it's turning into. We're basically robbing or stealing away from the energy company as far as the amount of income that they're making. And it starts with one, then five, then 10, then 100, then 1,000, then 50,000. And pretty soon they're starting to lose severe money. So then they will do whatever they can to justify, hey, you touched our power supply. We're either going to shut it off or you take all this down or whatever. So, but yeah, I would look into a little bit more of your contract, see what it is, and see if adding something like that will jeopardize your contract at all if you are on an M2. If you're on M3, then you have kind of nothing to lose. And then you can go ahead and do the AC coupling with the solar, the Solex system if you want to do that and more. So, or if you wanted to go with something like one of these EG4 systems and go with like a grid boss type setup and whatever, you could also do that too, because those can AC couple. So, we got credit back through the state, but lost the Fed credit. I would like to install battery backup, maybe 20 kilowatt hour, but I can watch your other videos and yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it. There's so much stuff. I kind of did it the cheap and easy cheater way by doing the transfer switch thing. It allows me to also, when I move, I can just take this stuff with me. Boom, I'm gone. You'd never even know it was there. So that was another reason I designed it like this. I designed my RV the same way. Besides the roof and the solar that's on top of it, everything inside the RV is almost 100% stock. There's hardly any manipulations because if you buy and sell RVs, a bone stock RV will always sell more than a modified one, regardless. You can add all the crap you want, but when I look for like an RV or something, or if it's a boat or even a car, I would rather take a virgin RV or a virgin car or whatever versus a highly modified something that I have no idea if it's riding on the axles correctly or whatever, this and that. Small things can add some value, like the spray on roof, but kind of like my RV, I can disassemble my power system and all this stuff, and boom, that thing is basically back to 100% stock except for the solar on top. So I mean, that pretty much sealed the deal as far as being a stock RV or whatever. But it's the same thing with my home back here. This stuff, I can knock it out of here in seconds and boom, just take off and be gone. When I do move though, I will put a small battery system of some sort back here. I don't know if I'll leave the EG4 or not, and that also depends on when I leave. If I leave, who knows? Right now is not the time to leave. So we'll see what happens in the future of what I do or what I don't do. But yeah. So, but see, that is common sense. Our politicians do not work on common sense. No, common sense. It seems like it's trying to come back, but there were a few years there where it didn't seem like common sense was even thought of anymore. It was kind of gone for a while. It just seemed like girls could be boys and boys could be girls and whatever. But if that's what you want to do, I guess you're allowed to do it. I don't know, but hey, back in the day, diesel, I'm pretty sure is cheaper to make than normal gasoline. It takes and I don't think it takes any more to process diesel than it does to take anything else, because it all starts off as oil, and when you put them in those giant silos, all it does is separates out. So I mean, if it's already being all separated, I can't imagine diesel takes any more to manufacture than just gasoline or anything else, unless it has to go through more cleaning and purity processes. I don't know, but I mean, again, once they're in those big silos and every level is a different type of gasoline, or whether it's kerosene up here, diesel here, and then you got gasoline here, and then you got aviation fuel up here, and natural gas and all the other stuff. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it takes as much to manufacture it, or it's the same. So I don't know. It's just because I think they know that they can get more money for it, and because diesel, you have to have it. If you took diesel away at the pumps right now, the world would shut down. The world would literally shut down in probably about a week or two. You would lose almost, because what are you going to do? Start delivering all this stuff with cars or little V8 trucks? No, you're done. The world shuts down when diesel goes away. So they know that we need it regardless, so they can kind of charge whatever they want for it, which is a shame. Like I said, if you were to lower the price of diesel across the nation, you would lower the price on everything. All our goods would go down. So at least that's my thought. I mean, I don't know. Maybe someday, huh? Hey, David, if you purchase them like a DPUX with 4 batteries and charge it with the excess solar during the day instead of exporting it and then use the DPX at night on a transfer switch, yep, that's exactly what you can do. Just kind of like what I'm doing back there, basically. I mean, if I was, in time of use and all that other stuff too, depending if you have those types of programs, if your power company is like that. But have you heard of the Flex Power Generator? Kind of looks like the wind generator, but black. Can you look into that and do a review? Oh yeah, I know exactly which one that is. That's just another, it's the Flex Power. So the Flex Power one, that black one with the little pink sticker or whatever it is basically, and they only have, I think, 2 models. Let me grab it real quick here. Flex Power Generator. Is this who it is? Yeah, I think this is one of their models. Let me bring this over here. This is one of them. Oops. But this one here is one of them. It probably looks like that color, I assume, right? But then they have the other one that's a little bit bigger that looks like the Win 4800, but it's a 4500. Now, that particular generator is made from the same Chinese manufacturer, but whoever Flex Power is saying, hey, we would like a generator to add to our store, whatever. And can you make us one? Yeah, sure. We have these models that Wen has, PowerSmart has. Would you like one of these, but different specs? Yeah, sure. Let's have one of those. And so now you're buying this generator from factory pure, whatever. I don't even know who they're from. Maybe it's them or whatever. And you're buying the same generator as the Win or the PowerSmart, but you're getting that one at a cheaper price and from a company that nobody knows who they are and may not be around very long. So if you want that generator, you pay a little bit more. And like I said earlier, you buy the company, you pay into the company. Basically, it's not like buying stock exactly, but you're buying PowerSmart, you're buying Win products. So you have a lot more backing when it comes to basically having that generator fixed, repaired, parts, whatever. So in my opinion, is it worth it to save 50, 75 bucks, maybe $100 to get that? I mean, if you're only going to use it here and there and you're mechanically inclined and you can find the parts, fix it yourself, then sure, saving money is something that may be worth the risk. So not everybody wants to do that, because I could buy one of these generators or wherever, and it's kind of like the EcoFlow generators, right? Well, like I already know which engine it is. It's a R80 I from Arado, and you know where you can get the parts from? Ryobi. Ryobi has the same electric start thing out of that 1800 watt model, but nobody knows that. I know that because I know what I'm looking at. But like, like this thing right here. This is the starter motor, I think. I'm pretty sure. I ordered it. 18-volt starter motor. This is the one that goes inside of the 1800-watt smart generator right here. I bought this as an experiment. I never did the video. And after dealing with the smart generators for a little while, I kind of got bummed out. And I was just like, you know what? It was a good idea. They're a good idea, but they just weren't practical. And the only one I like really on the smart generators is the 4000, because it seems like it's the one that can work. But these little starters right here, you can buy them all day long on eBay and wherever else, Amazon and this and that. And if you know where to look for parts, you can find parts for most all these generators. You just have to dig. There's a lot of parts out there for all of them, for Westinghouse, for Wen, for Champion, for Predator, all these, So, I mean, when people, you can't get parts for any of them, it's not true. You can. Can you get every single nut and bolt? And can you get the piston ring and the piston pin and the pistons and this and that? I mean, no, you probably can't. Some of them you can. Yeah, I have found them for some generators and stuff like that. 11,500 watt Predator right there. I actually found the piston for that. So if you can get the piston, you can probably get the pin, the clips. You can get the rings. You can get all the stuff and blah, blah, blah. So it just kind of depends how much you want to dig and how mechanically inclined you are to, and I guess what your mission is, if you really want to fix it or not. Well, let me get a drink here, but yeah, Flex Power is where I saw it here, but I think it's weird. Yeah, they have a couple. Let's see what else we got just in case I hit some other stuff. I'm off grid and I don't export anything. Ooh, neat. Means you try to save and do everything you can. Our main goal is to not be grid tied and use solar to charge batteries. To my knowledge, not tied to any power company contract, but thanks for the info so far. Great stream. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, you being off grid, that is awesome, because then you have kind of no rules. You can build and do whatever you want, because if you're off grid, you don't have to answer them. So add solar all you can, add batteries to capture whatever you can. And I would build more solar first. That way you're 100% all the time. Sun comes out, that thing fills up. And then, you just slowly add more batteries to capture it. That way you can use it more and more. And then, of course, when, the clouds just won't go away and you need power, then obviously then you're back on some kind of a generator, which if you're off grid and if you wanted to, depending, I don't know, I mean, kind of hard now to look at a diesel generator, but I mean, there are a couple guys that like doing the diesel generator stuff because, you can get a lot of power out of them, the fuel efficiency and whatever, but you're then looking at something that mechanically diesels, the generators can be real finicky. And not to mention, if you don't know how to work on a diesel, then you're learning a whole new skill set of stuff. God forbid you ever let it run out of fuel and then you got to prime the whole thing and all that crap. And that's why you don't see small diesel generators, because people don't know how to work on things anymore, especially the next generation of people coming out. Imagine trying to show a kid how to work on a diesel generator. Heck, they don't know how to work on their bicycle. So, it's pretty bad. And not to mention diesel generators, they have so many more parts. They're so much heavier. So that's why you won't see them in a small portable package, because it's too expensive. I don't think there's enough profit. And if diesel continues to go up across the board nationwide, then you definitely won't see diesel generators. So I'm open to anything right now. I'll check that out. Meow. I mean, goals would be a great show. I sent you a message. Great show. I sent you a messenger message. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Sorry. I think my eyes are getting tired. Everything in our job sites runs through diesel except for the generator. Yeah. I mean, it's not cheap. It's expensive. I'm sure it is. I mean, a buddy of mine, he has a whole bunch of, he got rid of his diesel trucks, but I mean, all your equipment, your forklifts, your loaders, what I guess maybe some of your forklifts might be propane or whatever you have. You can even go electric if you want on those, but your loaders and backhoes and, skid steers, whatever else you have, depending on what you're working with. I mean, everything's diesel. So, and then of course you typically have a couple big diesel trucks, and then of course, if you're doing concrete and everything else, you may have some dumpers those are diesel. And so, yep, lower diesel and you lower everything across the board. I've been saying it for years and it just hasn't taken yet. And maybe we can pass some kind of a movement, lower diesel. that would be amazing, right? We don't want anything else, just lower diesel. Energy companies, you can keep your stuff as high as you want, but all we want is diesel prices way low, and you will see the price of everything come down, I think. I mean, it just makes sense to me. I don't know. Are there any 15S 48 volt server rack LFP batteries anymore? I need one for an EcoFlow Delta Pro to extend runtime. 15S. 15S. Server rack battery. I mean, you're just trying to extend runtime on an EcoFlow Delta Pro. You could. Oh, I don't have it yet. So WattCycle came out with their new adapter, basically, and all you have to do is take your generator adapter from your Delta Pro, and WattCycle has their little adapter thing that I'm waiting for mine. I've been waiting for 2-3 weeks. I ordered it and just it's just not here. I think everybody bought one because everybody wants to do videos on them and stuff. But it's literally a plug, goes into the back of the EcoFlow Delta Pro unit, and then it just goes to a 48 volt battery, a positive and a negative, and then boom, you have yourself an expansion battery that's obviously much cheaper. You don't get the smart communications with it, obviously. You just have your EcoFlow Delta Pro is, I guess, at 100%, and once the extended battery basically dries up, like if you did you could have a smart battery if you did like, Bluetooth one, and then you could tell what that big 48 volt 100 amp hour battery is. It could say, oh, I still have 30% and your main unit's still at 100. So, and it's a simple plug and it costs $50, but it just, they went out of stock real quick and they're gone. So you'll see videos on them all over the place. I'm sure Jason Hoy did a video on it. A few other people did a video. But yeah, I'm also going to do some videos on that too, just with some other stuff, because I got a bunch of EcoFlow things here. I'm just waiting on some things, but I have a lot of different videos coming out lately. I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff on my RV and the truck and everything, kind of a truck series RV thing. I'm also going to be redoing the suspension and lifting my trailer because the new trucks suck. They're also tall, and so now all the RVs, they're towing like this, and it kind of makes you wonder sometimes maybe I should have just kept the old truck and I wouldn't have had to deal with any of this, but it makes for good content, hey. Yeah, even on our job sites, so it's not cheap. 48 volt, 15 cells. Oh, 15 cells. Okay, sorry. Doesn't work for Delta Pro. Yep, just get a 48 volt battery. 51.2 volt sequel. Yeah. You have the original Delta Pro, I guess, or is that Delta Pro 3? I guess that'd be. Yeah, so I guess the only way you could do that then would be the only way you could do it is then you're just taking that battery original, you're just taking that battery and then you just be plugging it into the solar input, and then that's no fun. I mean, but then. And that's ways that I've told people is that you could take that 48 volt battery, plug it into the solar input, and then you take all your solar arrays or whatever solar you have, get a Victron solar controller, and then you don't have all those perimeters you have to follow with the EcoFlow Delta Pro, and you get a better connection. And now all your solar goes into that one big 48 volt battery bank, and it just constantly feeds into the Delta Pro. The only thing is, if you're constantly drawing a ton of power out of the Delta Pro, you could possibly run it out, maybe. I mean, because so what is hold on, what is it? So it's 51.2, and what is that? 20 amp? Or no, it's 15 amp. 15 amp. So I guess if you were to hook up that battery to the Delta Pro, you would have a constant 750 watts coming in, roughly. all the time. My opinion is to buy a gas or dual fuel generator first, then solar and battery around it. What is your opinion? Um, yeah, I mean, having the generator first, it's quick, it's easy, and you have power right there. You don't have to worry about it. Then you could get, obviously a power station or a battery backup station next, and then you can start supplementing back and forth. Then obviously do the solar panels to start slowly charging up and using the generator less and less. It's kind of the order that most of us have done. So yeah, generator, power station, solar panels is kind of the order that most of us have done. So, but yeah, I guess in by doing that, it will conflict with each other on the MPPT. Mm, yeah. I I don't think so. If you take the battery and plug it into the Delta Pro, would just say, a positive and negative, and you do the XT60i connector, it's going to pull whatever is available for the amps and whatever the voltage is. And so if you plug in solar into the other battery now, what comes out of that solar controller is going to just be a set voltage in amps. So now your voltage is going to get boosted. So if you're charging that battery, the 48-volt battery, and it probably needs, 56 volts, is probably what it's going to try to put into it, 56 volts at however many amps, then technically you should just get a boost of power. So instead of getting 600, or 750 watts into your battery, you should bump up a little bit to maybe 800 and maybe a little over 800, because you're now going to be at 56 volts, probably continuous, depending on what the solar array is doing, as long as you have a high enough voltage. So if you have, whatever your voltage input is, 80, 90, 150 volts, whatever, into that battery, it's probably going to, be pumped. So I don't know. I don't think I've seen, because when I did it, I didn't have anything conflicting with it. I think I'll have to try it again. Because I mean, I know you can just do the battery, but have you done it to where you have the solar controller on the battery steadily all day, and you will see it jump back and forth between like low wattage and high wattage? You can't have both solar inputs. I mean, you can't have two solar inputs going into the DPU or into the Delta Pro. You would just have solar going into the external battery only, not on the Delta Pro. But okay. Yeah, I'll have to, and that's the thing. I want to get a cable, and I need to get a 48-volt battery, and I need, because I don't have my original Delta Pro anymore. I have a DP3, I have Delta 3 Max, the Delta 3 Ultra, and so I mean it should work on pretty much all those. So I'll do some stuff to make sure it does work, but I need to get a new 48-volt battery. I don't have like just a separate 48-volt battery anymore. Yeah, so I guess I need to get one of those. And I should be getting the cable soon. I mean, they sent me an email a while back saying, thank you for your order due to overwhelmingly, success of our cable. Our orders have been overdrawn, and so we're expecting, big delays and stuff on the cable. So it's probably going to be, I'm assuming, another 2 or 3 weeks before I get it, because they had to make a bunch of them, pack them all up, put them on the boat, ship them over. Then they got to go through the customs. Then they got to hit the port. Then they got to hit me. So at least I usually get things pretty quick once it gets over here. But again, it's got to get over here. Mhm. Use 4 12-volt batteries in parallel and use an alternator charger, but you will need a way to charge external batteries. Yeah, I don't I don't have 4 12 volts. I have 2 12 volts, 3 12 volts, but not the same stuff. What else do I have around this? What do I have back there? I don't know. I got rid of some stuff. I gave some things away because I was just collecting too many items that I didn't need. I do have a Bluetti 48-volt battery actually over there for the RV5 power kit, but those I guess are a little bit finicky on. I still got to do that whole thing, which, man, Bluetti, I tell you, you really just missed the mark on the RV5. I trying to go after a stupid sticker. Idiots. Dumb. It's funny talking about diesel generators. We have an old Generac 20 kilowatt single phase as house backup now, but constant fixes to it are why I'm looking into house batteries now. Yeah, unfortunately, if you don't know anything, or I mean, you probably do now, but if you don't know anything about diesel generators, I would stay away because they can be a real nightmare. They're great when they're working and they will run a whole bunch and be pretty fuel efficient. But man, when they have problems, they can have problems and just it'd be a real pain in the butt. So I would stay away. Your cable is at the bottom of the sturdy. Yeah, it's a problem. Well, maybe it's stuck on a boat over there before it can get over it, or it needs the petroleum so they can make it because they're low on petroleum. So hey, whatever. We'll be getting some soon, but. Alternator charger is not ideal. Well, ideal, I assume, but it's a workaround for Delta Pro. Yeah, yeah, it's not ideal. I still have a couple alternator chargers. I have both the original and the higher one, which let's see, what else do I have going on? Do you guys want to see the new power fridge from Bluetti? Have you guys seen it yet? I don't know if anybody's seen it. I mean, I have all kinds of stuff just sitting over here. It's funny. I mean, it was displayed at, where was it? It was displayed at the CES show in, where was it, Vegas? Mm-hmm. Here, let me grab it real quick. Give me a second. So here's a little monitor. This goes on your refrigerator. That's all that is, right? A little monitor right here. Mm-hmm. And grab this over here. Oh, it's heavy. This. Oh, okay. First peaks. This video comes out. When does this video come out? Next week, sometime, like Thursday or Friday or something. Anyway, this is basically going to be Bluetti's new power fridge or fridge power. So what it is this sits on top of your refrigerator. You can see how big it is. Weighs about 45 pounds, and it's expandable. You can do 3 of these. So basically, each one of these is 2 kilowatt hours, 2016 watt hours. So you can go just over 8, and it'll sit on top of the fridge, or you can mount it on the wall, straight up and down like this, or you can even mount it behind the refrigerator. So if you have enough space back there and also ventilation. And let's see. Yeah, basically, it's all it is like a UPS for your fridge. And so they're kind of taking a more simplistic look into fridge power because it's one of the number one things everybody wants to power up. And that's kind of what my video is about, because whenever I ask anybody, hey, what do you want to keep powered? And they're like, oh, I definitely want to keep my refrigerator powered, Wi-Fi, a few lights, and maybe my computers, charge my phones and laptops, and blah blah blah. And that's kind of what this little thing is. I mean, it also has let me show you on the back. So you have 2 ports on the back, and this has an 1800 watt inverter. It also has a solar port on the other side, way over there. And this does I already forget, I think it's 1,000 watts of solar. That can't be right. I don't think it's 1,000. I forget. There's too many things to remember. Oh yeah, it is 1,000 watts. 12 volt to 60 volt. Everything is 60 volt, and that's stupid. But I mean, hey, I get it. Whatever. 20 amp, which I kind of was wondering, how are you? I mean, the solar will be beneficial for some people, but not many, especially if this is just going to be running your fridge, because people are going to have this plugged in behind the wall. And then basically when the power goes out, boom, it comes on. It's 10 millisecond switch over, which is plenty fast enough for just about everybody. But the other battery looks exactly like this. There's really no difference. You have a connection point right here. Ugh, I'll just keep lifting weights. And that's your battery. And you know what's funny about this is that the battery is 19.2 volt. It's what it says on the side. I was like, 19.2, that's an odd number, but yeah, 19.2 volt, 75 amp max on this. But other than that, I mean, it's super simplistic, obviously. I mean, most of this is all app. So you can see that that's all that's on the front. That's all you're going to see. And now that it's on, this little screen will come with it, and you tap the little button, and then it, oops, and it doesn't take much, but pink, and that should come on. And so then that kind of shows you, basically all the information that you need, your percentage, how much power is coming in, how much power is going out at the time, and all that other stuff. So a very simple idea is what they basically did with this. So kind of neat. Now, as far as pricing goes, I'm probably not supposed to say pricing, but I didn't even get actual pricing yet. But it's going to be roughly, they said, because it's launch, right? It's on Kickstarter, which I don't get, but so pricing on this is going to be right around $900 to $1,000 roughly, which I bet it'll be like $899 during launch. And then the extra battery, which looks exactly the same, it has a little DC port on it if you wanted to maybe charge this or something else. $600 to $700 for the extra battery, which I bet during launch it'll be like what, $599 or something like that, is what I'm assuming. That's kind of what you see sometimes. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes it might be more, and you're like, well, that's a little expensive. But anything that's brand new, obviously, like I said, it's going to be priced higher. So I thought about that, but that would only work 24 volt battery. 19.2 volts is pretty standard on laptop and small DC AC chargers. Yeah, that's kind of the only place I saw it. Is that, it's kind of weird that it's in a big platform like this, I guess, but I don't know, whatever floats their boat. And I mean, 19.2 volts isn't very high as far as, I guess, your voltage wise. So they don't have to worry about, I guess, I don't know, high discharge, or that thing was like 48 volt battery, shock the heck out of somebody. So this video comes out. Let's see when it's actually supposed to come out, because I do have a date of when it comes out. Oops. It comes out next. Next week on the 16th, I believe, is when this is supposed to be the official launch. So you'll see everybody's videos flooding, YouTube with this thing, at least a certain amount of people. So, and if you were here earlier, and you'll see who followed the actual script and who just made up their own video. I made up my own video is all I did. And I tested this like I test everything else, and it did fine. It's overall, it's pretty darn efficient. I think it could have been maybe slightly more efficient, especially because it does have a low idle draw. It's only like 4 watts, but I was only able to get about 85 to 86% efficiency out of this. And which, I mean, bench testing, I hate bench testing because it's not real world. Nobody uses anything like that. It's just a way for us to get a standardized test for every power station out there, or every battery or whatever. But in the real world, nothing is used like that, right? It's kind of like if I did a 0.2 C rate discharge on this, that's not how your refrigerator is going to run. It's going to go up and down, on and off, and all that. And so then your efficiency is even going to be worse, because if this is just sitting here at idle, you're using 20 watts, then you're using 100, then you're using 20 watts. Well, then your efficiency goes way down. So, but it gives, again, a baseline. So that's why we do it. But, hey, I want to see did it tomorrow. What is the battery chemistry since it's 90? It's LFP. It's lithium iron phosphate. So should be fine. Should last a long time. It seems to me a small portable power station would be much less expensive for a fridge. Yeah, I mean, possible, because you could buy. I mean, if you think about it, Blue Eddy just came out with their Elite 300, right? And that's over 3,000 watt hours just for one unit, and that thing is super efficient. That's a good unit. And how much was that again? $699, I think, for that whole power station. I don't know. The one bummer part about that power station was they didn't put an expansion port on it. What the heck? Blue Eddy, dude. That thing could have been amazing. Because they could have used their other batteries that they already have, the B300 and so on. And it just, what were they thinking? Again, they sometimes leave out little things that they just doesn't make any sense to me. But a power station would be cheaper. Is this going to look more aesthetically pleasing? Yes, because you're going to have this on top of a fridge, on the side of the fridge, maybe on a wall next to a fridge, and more. So maybe you're also paying for looks, and you're paying for automation, and you're paying for something that's, I would guess, specifically for the cause, versus, oh, I got to go get my power station. Oh, I'm not home. Oh, type of a scenario. This, you buy it and you plug it in and you don't worry about it. And so I think that's what this is going to be, really, for those type of customers, at least in my opinion. For those that know how to do things and to look at other variables, there's always a lot of other options, way cheaper options and stuff, versus doing things like this. But if you think about it, a lot of people are not wanting to think about that. They don't want to do this. They already have too much on their plates. They want plug and play. They want easy. They don't want to think about it. And boom, I'm done. It's like, oh, that's great. I'm going to buy that for my fridge. My power goes out like once or twice, every few months. And I always have to jam home from work and, find a generator, plug it in or whatever, and it's because you only get so many hours before stuff in the refrigerator starts to get warm and then it goes bad. So neat. People that need a cold and want simple, like my parents, would love something like this. And that's exactly who I advertise this to. I guess you could say advertising it is because when you watch my video when it comes out next week, I even have a little quiz that I put up right at the very beginning of the video, which I don't want to ruin the quiz because I thought I'd do something different to make it a little more interactive. It only lasts like 30 seconds, but whatever. But and that's another thing. A friend of mine, they have to have medications in their fridge, and I was like, and they're like, oh yeah, I almost lost all my meds, and that would have been like $3,500 with food and medications gone. And so that was like, that's a really good thought, because it's always, if the power goes out and you lose your food, you could lose anywhere from $300 to $600, maybe $800 in food, depending on how stocked you keep it and everything else in there. Or if you're like some of the people who buy, some stuff in bulk and also a lot of meat, you could have over $1,000 in food that, man, if you're not able to get home or do whatever to keep the stuff on, you could lose $1,000 in food right away. And again, the medications as well. You could be, so this could pay for itself, obviously, if you are in those type of scenarios. So, I mean, 1 or 2 power outages, and this basically is paid for itself. 3 power outages is paid for 1 and an extra battery. So, and because, there's not always somebody home to, keep your fridge on or, to power up your stuff. Now, other ways you could do it is simply take your power station that you may already have at home, because you're like, oh, a storm's coming. I still got to go to work. I'll plug in my fridge to the power station. I'll plug the power station into the wall. If the power goes out, no big deal. I'll be home in 6, 7, 8 hours and we're good to go. But sometimes the power just goes off for no freaking reason. It could be sunny outside and homeboy hit a pole, because he was checking his, WhatsApp and whatever. And then boom, it's like, oh, power won't be restored for 10 to 11 hours. And you're like, oh, crap. So anyway, that's kind of, I think this definitely serves a market for sure. I think the pricing on it, though, when it comes out initially, will be the big factor of will people be like, "Oh, wow, that's actually not a bad deal, a fair price, whatever," or it could crush it. They'd be like, "They want that for that? They're out of their mind." So we'll see. Again, I won't get the pricing on this, the official, until like a day or two before actual launch. So, but on your evaluation, why not deduct points for proprietary plugs and mention cost of said accessories? Um, I have done that before. Here, let me get rid of this real quick because I have like 40 pounds just sitting here. I will mention dislikes on certain things as far as, like, let's say Anker Solex F3800 Plus. They have those new proprietary solar connectors. Nobody has those. Now, Jackery, they have their solar connectors as well, but they're just those 8 millimeter round ports. You can find those all over the place if you really wanted to. But the Anker ones, those are totally proprietary. I've never seen them before, and nobody else has either. And so then those are things that those were one of the big things I disliked on that unit when I went through kind of the pros and cons at the end, because I'll do a quick run through. I'll be like, well, I really like this. This works great. I don't know why they did this. Why did they go with such a big, giant, generator box connector thing? Why did they use these solar plugs when you could have done something like this? And it just, again, I think it's companies who just, I don't understand their designers and where they get their ideas from, because they watch all of us. They know what we talk about. They know what we like and what we don't like, and they know what we say positive on other units. And so again, it's kind of like Bluetti and the RV5. Why the hell did they design that thing to meet some stupid sticker on the side of an RV? Because they wanted to sell that RV5 power box unit to the recreational department or the recreational industry, hoping that, hey, would you like to buy our new RV? Oh, great. Would you like to be an off-grid guy and we can set you up with this power unit from Bluetti and you could go boondocking and all this crap? That's like 10% of the market. And so nobody's going to buy that when they're, oh, I don't think so. I don't think I'll need that. I'll just buy something later if I need to, or get a generator, and so, yeah, I don't know. So I do knock off points, or I just tell people in my reviews as far as cons go. I don't like the proprietary connectors. I don't like the low solar voltage on this. I don't like the way that they did, certain things. So yeah, you will see in my reviews, I will knock down some things. I guess I don't have an actual point system. I just go off of, kind of basically a pros and cons, in my opinion, and what I feel about it at that time, because you can do a point system if you want, and it does give people some good, valuable information. But sometimes I've found, regardless of the points factor, people are going to buy what they want to buy, regardless of the points. They like Bluetti, and maybe you don't, or maybe I don't like that Anker. I know people love that Anker Solex F3800. I don't like it at all. I don't want anything to do with it. But there are people out there who love that thing. I don't. That's just me. So for me, I was just kind of like, I don't know why I would buy this versus this. And other people who reviewed it too, even on the point system scale, it didn't get the highest marks, but people still bought it anyway. So maybe that's one of the reasons I don't do an actual points thing, like on a whole board. Jason's really good at that. He loves that real data against every little thing. But after enough research and whatever, I found people are just going to buy what they want to buy, regardless of what the point system is, unless they have to have the best or whatever. Because I mean, some of these things are getting so close. If you think about it, it's like if you were ever into dirt bikes or certain cars or whatever. I mean, gosh, if you look at Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, the top four bikes that were always out there, right? Now they're so close, all four of them. Maybe not Suzuki, but because it's still a kickstart, right? But it just, I don't get it. They're so close. People are still going to buy whatever they want to buy, regardless, because, maybe you're a fan of certain this and that. So, yeah, I guess I just don't do the point system because of that reason. I can tell people, it's kind of like the Harbor Freight power stations. Is they have some small advantages, but There are so many other deals out there, but I had a whole bunch of people in the comment section. Well, it doesn't perform real well, but I love that freaking thing and I'm going to go buy it. And I'm just like, okay, it charges really slow and it's the same price as other power stations that have way more features. Oh, I don't care. I love it. It's red. Yeah, all right. Just and so that's just sometimes what it is. But a Delta 2, the original Delta 2, like the real loud one. The watt cycle cable and a 48-volt battery can more than triple the runtime at a similar cost, and that's as simple as it can get. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you wanted to do it that way, I mean, some people still would rather prefer to just buy a battery and an inverter and one solar charge controller and be done with it. And they're like, I want to go super basic, super simple, and just build a little cart or a little box myself, and then they don't have to deal with any of the power station stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that either, because you get a lot more for a lot less as far as power wise. Features, you don't get any features. You basically get on off is what you get. But is it reliable? Yeah, sure. And your expansion and your cost is minimal. So, but yeah, you can do that whole thing with the Delta 2, the power station thing, and just expansion batteries galore. The way that Watt Cycle does it with that plug, I think, is more appropriate than some of the hacking that we've seen from some of the other creators. Not that it doesn't work, but what I see is, as far as hacking your power station, is some people are going to try to do it and they aren't going to be very good at doing it, or do something wrong, or touch a wire, or do something, and poof, boom, they've destroyed their power station because they were trying to do something that, not that I mean, that thing that Watt Cycle came out with as far as the EcoFlow thing goes, seems like it's pretty dummy proof. I mean, it should be for the most part. But trying to hack the other way and build your own connectors and your own things and plugs and stuff, if you don't know what you're doing, you can ruin your stuff. So and possibly even hurt yourself, depending, shock yourself, burn yourself, who knows. So you got to remember, not everybody knows what they're doing, and not everybody's hands are great, and not everybody's workmanship or craftsmanship is also the best either. Heck, I've seen some YouTubers where I have seen, they're super knowledgeable, but when you look at their work and like their wiring and stuff, it is a god awful mess and looks like a fire hazard, waiting to happen. I mean, I even know of one big YouTuber, he was showing his stuff, and I was like, my gosh, that is like a rat's nest, like a fire hazard of wires and things just all over the place. And it just kind of blew my mind, because it's kind of a bigger name, but I mean, I don't know. I couldn't believe just some of the shoddy wiring and some of the things I was looking. I was like, man, that looks scary to me. I'm not saying that my stuff is perfect, but I think presentation is a little bit more key. And if your stuff looks nice and it's well presented and put together, it's typically going to be safer. And I think it looks more appealing, as far as, when presentation just looks good. One of the things I've always tried to, live by is presentation, I guess. At least I try anyway. What's going on here? What else we got? What are your thoughts on SunGold inverters? SunGold also, I like SunGold inverters. They have a few good models, and I was going to start doing some reviews on them. I just kind of haven't gotten around to them yet, because I wanted to do some RV stuff with them. But they get their supply, I think, from another company that does the same one, and I couldn't remember who it was that I found that had the same inverters. Darn, I don't remember who it was. And it may not be all of them. It may just be certain models. Like, who was that other company that was around for a while, that like Ames or whatever? Ames. They had, I thought, a couple similar ones to SunGold Power. So yeah, SunGold Power has their 4,000 watt DC 12 volt split phase. And that is basically just a copy, or the same thing as an Ames unit. So the SunGold and the Ames unit is the same. And I think they have another one that's the same too. So an Ames is good stuff. It's just expensive. And it's what a lot of people used for a while, right? A lot of people were using like Ames stuff. And so I wonder if Sun Gold is using some of their stuff for maybe manufacturing or whatever. Maybe not on everything. I'd have to go back and look. But again, it's a whole. If it looks like a duck, it is a duck type of thing. Is just they're all pulling from the same parts bin. They're just Ames is just manufacturing stuff for them now or whatever. So, and I thought they had one. I don't know if that little one is or not. I'd have to dig back more in, but I don't have any problems with the Sun Gold Power stuff. A lot of their stuff seems to be decently built. Will's looked at several of the Sun Gold Power stuff, and he hasn't really found anything that's like really, really bad. Some models are a little bit better than others, but like the 8 kilowatt or even the little 5,000 watt one, those ones seem fine for the price and everything that you're getting. And as long as you're not overloading them and abusing them, I don't think there's much wrong with them. I mean, shoot, you got everybody coming out with inverters now. Viver, or whatever. Those guys seem like they're coming out with everything. And I mean, I can only imagine if, I don't know. I don't know how cheap their stuff is. I mean, it might be good, it might be bad. I don't know. But I mean, Lead Time, they're coming out with inverters. Gosh, everybody's coming. Eco-Worthy, they're coming out with inverters. Everybody's coming out with an inverter. But I think they're a knockoff of Glennondale or Ames. And yeah, exactly. So, and that's right, Glennondale, there's a name we haven't heard in a while, right? And those guys are kind of off the map. But yeah, Ames, I think, yeah, knockoff of the Sun Golds, or Sun Gold is a knockoff of those, or maybe just Ames isn't as popular anymore. So maybe they rebranded or renamed, or just we'll build stuff for you and you guys sell it, type of thing. Who knows? But I use a 300 amp hour lithium in my trailer. It's all the power I need except for the AC, of course. Yeah, if that's everybody wants, I mean, not everybody, but everybody wants to run their AC, and you can, and you don't really need that much to do it. It's just you need a lot once you get past the how long do I want to run the AC? That's usually what it is. Everybody's like, well, will that run your AC? Yeah, sure. It's like, well, how long? It's like, well, I can easily run it for an hour and cool off the room, and that's all I need. And some people are just fine with that. Because if you think about it, if you have a smaller trailer with maybe a 13.5, or maybe you have one of the new inverter units, you're only using 800, 900, maybe 1,000 watts. If you only use 1,000 watts for about an hour, hey, you cool off the room, you're good to go for the night. Next day, the solar panels are charging the battery back up. Hey, good to go. So that's why nowadays it's getting easier and easier, because the batteries are so cheap. And now you're getting these inverters that are so cheap. You can get a 3,000 watt, 4,000 watt inverter, 12 volt battery, 300 amp hour, 400 amp hour. I mean, everything's under $1,000. And shoot, you can get these big giant 48 volt, 105, 150, 120, I think 160 amp hour, 48 volt battery that you can throw like a golf cart battery, right? You throw that in your RV. You can parallel two of them together, and boom, you got over 15 kilowatt hours of energy right there. Just bam, waited, and the prices are just getting cheaper. Well, maybe not with diesel going up. So, but Sun Gold Power has the big 11.4 kilowatts now. I mean, they got all kinds of stuff popping up everywhere. So good night. I have to be up at 5 a.m. Great conversations tonight. Hopefully you can do this once a week so we can ask for more opinions and advice. You were a load of you were a load of knowledge. Take care. God bless. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Glad you could stop by. God bless you. Get some sleep. And I'm going to be probably calling it quite a bit here too. We're almost at 4 hours. Well, 3.5 hours. That's pretty good. So of course, everybody out on the West Coast, we're still living at 9:30. Not totally late, yeah. Although I forgot to send a message real quick. Excuse me real quick while I make sure I do all my little homework at home, or else might get somebody kind of in trouble like myself. But anyway. Bring. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know who's still here, maybe who was here from the beginning or not, but I was actually going to do this live stream at the lake. So if you guys weren't here or whoever, but I was going to do it at the lake, was going to break out the Starlink and everything else, but the weather started getting crazy. And so then I packed it all up and headed home. So I'm kind of glad I did because I looked at the weather where I was at, and it did rain, and so then I would have been outside trying to do a live stream, and then the wind and everything else, and so that wasn't going to be fun. So I'll have to do an on-site live stream somewhere if anybody's interested in that. That'd be kind of cool. Kind of do it around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock when the sun's still out. Maybe get a bonfire going and everything else. I think that'd be kind of fun. Also want to do, I don't know who's left here, but there's a few people, but I also want to do a get together with other creators out there, like Jasonoid and Ben. We were all thinking of getting together, like kind of a fire pit type thing, meeting up somewhere, and I don't know, several hours away from here. But I was going to take my RV up maybe during the summer. We're all going to go meet up and maybe do a 2 or 3 night live stream event. Like one night we're talking this, the next night we're talking that, and then maybe the next night talk something else or something. But I thought that'd be really cool to just get some creators going around and kind of get together for a big kind of collaboration on live streaming and just talking and having a good time and seeing everybody that shows up. And but I think that would be fun. My old RV, I installed the SunGold 3000 and two 300 amp hour, I assume, 12-volt batteries, and it runs everything, including the 13.5K AC for hours. See, I mean, exactly. That right there is such a common setup right now. And it's weird that the 12-volt systems are still super popular. I think it's still more popular than anything else out there. 12, 24. I mean, because it's so easy to get parts and things for 24-volt batteries are everywhere. 24-volt inverters are everywhere. Doing 24-volt to 12-volt step downs are everywhere. So it's, I don't know, and that's the thing. If you stick with 12-volt, the biggest thing you're really having to deal with is the big giant wire they have to do for your batteries. So, but if you only do like two, big 300 amp hour batteries, you only have one parallel set of cables going over, one cable going up to your inverter, and then just whatever solar you have going into the batteries. I mean, you can make it so simple now. Thanks to the batteries being bigger, you don't have to, do 4 batteries in parallel or maybe 6 to get all this, power. And so now you can get 3, 6, 900 amp hours of power. So easy now. It's life is getting easier, I guess, sort of, until diesel comes down. Are you including creator of dog videos? Are you including creator of dog videos? I don't know creator of dog videos. Who is that? I'm sorry, I don't know actually who he is. Creator of dog videos. I know there's some dog video people out there, but I don't know of creator of dog videos. Maybe I've seen his videos and I just don't, because I've seen a lot of videos and sometimes I just don't know who they are. So let me see. The creator of Dogman, is that who that is? On your trip you were planning. I must have missed something. On your trip that you were planning, yeah. Creator of dog videos. Creator of dog videos? I don't know. I must have missed it or something. The original story of Dogman. Oh, look at that. It's so weird when you pop up just names in YouTube and you start looking and you're like, what is this? There's a ton of stuff that just, you stated you would like to plan a trip with other creators. Yes, I do want to plan a trip with other creators. Mainly, I think right now it would be Ben, Minuteman, and Jason from Jasonoid, because we're all pretty close. And kind of the same genre of type of videos and stuff. But then we're trying to see if there's anybody else within the vicinity that we could find a point, because it's trying to make it to where not everybody has to drive, basically to one location, maybe. I don't know. It just kind of also depends on where we can go and where, I mean, we'll have plenty of service because, I mean, I have a Starlink. Everybody else probably has a Starlink. So I don't think we're going to be too worried about that so much. But yeah, I think it ended up being somewhere in Idaho, maybe Utah, somewhere around that area, maybe go to Nevada somewhere. Um, Maybe find some historical point to hang out. Who knows? Um, it's definitely got to be sometime once summer hits because I know that my kids are older, and so I mean I still have one kid that lives here. I have one in college, and then Jason he has a couple younger kids that keeps him plenty busy and everything. So does Ben. So I know they would have to, kind of collaborate their summer trips around all that stuff. So, but yeah, that's kind of one of the things we're trying to do. It just something different, something cool. You get a bunch of people together. So, who is Ben? Ben is the creator. He's the creator behind Minuteman Solar. It used to be Minuteman Prep, but so now it's Minuteman Solar is what his YouTube channel is. And Winnemucca, Nevada. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man, isn't that like almost all the way to Border Town, like all the way on the other side? I haven't been out that way in a long time. I think that's close to the Border Town, right? Maybe, I don't know. Laugh out loud runs on coffee. Must be a dog lover. Think cat videos. Yeah. No, in the middle. It is in the middle? Yeah, I guess that's in the middle. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's in the middle. It's actually not that far from even where I'm at. That's probably what, 6 hours maybe? I don't even know if it's 6 hours. But I haven't been to Winnemucca in quite a while. I haven't gone that way in, gosh, I don't know how long. Used to do work out there with AT&T as well. So that was another place we went, middle of nowhere. So, and what do we got here? Oh man, trying to think of anything else that I might. What do I got going on? I got a video that'll be coming out Sunday. It's I don't know what's it going to be on. Sounds like a great idea for a stream or at least a few videos maybe. A few videos worth of conversation. I appreciate your time and knowledge. Almost 1 a.m. here, so I got to grab some sleep. Whoa, 1 a.m. David, you're pushing it all the way. That's awesome. Love it. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I probably said this a while ago, but I'll probably have to end this a little bit too because I mean, for me, it's even I've got some things I got to take care of before I, crash out as well. So come on, runs on coffee. We all know it's all about only. Oh, geez, that's funny. Only pause. I miss my dog. Oh, poor thing. She passed away a while ago. Probably like 3 years ago, but we decided we're not getting another dog because we're gone a lot. And so it's hard to get another one. And it's kind of the problem is that when you get a dog, you kind of have to rethink your trips a little bit and, who's going to watch her or whatever it is. And in Tennessee, good night. Jeffrey, right on. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Hope to see you guys again soon. I'll have to do more live streams. I don't do enough of them. So, I know people have asked before, hey, when are you going to do another one? And usually I try to say soon, and it ends up being, I think the last one was a year ago. So it's been a long time. But again, I had planned it to do at the lake, and it just kind of fell apart. So, and I was going to put out a notification much earlier, but as things were changing and I was changing my plans, I didn't even get my notification out as soon as I wanted to. It was supposed to be a day or two earlier, but things happen. Good night from Indiana. All right, Scott. Take care. Great chat session. Let's do it again. Definitely. I think for everybody else that's hanging out, if you don't have any more questions that pop up here pretty quick, I think I'm going to probably bounce myself. I think we've had a good long run here at 3 hours and 45 minutes almost is what we're kind of clocking in at. Definitely covered some, topics, as far as solar, some EVs, some battery stuff as well. But it's been a year. That's when you called me. Yeah, I guess it's been a year. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at my last live stream. The last live stream was inside the studio at the solar building. So that's how long it's been. So, and we're in, what is it, April? Oof, man, it maybe almost a year. Well, are you still going? Awesome. Yeah, I'm still going. I told everybody that I was leaving like a half hour ago, and I didn't leave. So, but I mean, it seems like you haven't gotten far. You've probably made the whole circle and came all the way back. So that's pretty funny. Obviously, stopping by just to drop another comment, but hey, I appreciate it, love it. So and what else am I gonna do? I mean, I'm actually a bachelor right now. Everybody's out of town. It's just me. So I'm out here hanging out in the garage, making videos, playing with things and stuff like that. But and I was doing stuff in the RV. I was finishing up a video actually today, so I still have to finish it, edit it, and then it's almost done. And then that'll be out this Sunday. So yeah, I don't know. Stuff to do. I got all kinds of stuff to finish and housework and got to mow the lawn stuff. My spring break is consisting of me working and doing house chores while the girls are doing girl things somewhere, wherever they went. So, but good night from an old guy in New Jersey. Like that, 12:45 a.m. Cat's away. Now you get to play. Have fun with your toys. Darn right. Yep. Yeah, well, I was again at the lake, and I was supposed to still be there, but I'm not. So I could have been still fly fishing. Man, I'm just learning how to fly fish. So I've done it before, but I've never done it consistently very well. And it's always usually been with a guide. So I'm more of a bass fisherman and stuff like that. I mean, not that you can't bass fish with, fly fishing stuff. I'm just not very good at, doing that yet. So working on the line and figuring out all my stupid little, tippet and all that other stupid lingo when it comes to fly fishing. There's a lot of stuff. So, but anyway, I think it's definitely time to call it a night. It is almost 10 o'clock here on the West Coast. So I appreciate everybody that did come and hang out. And I promise that I'll do a live stream much earlier than a year out. But be sure to check out the weekend video that's going to be coming out. It's going to be on battery charging on your RVs and your trucks. So that might be some information that some people don't know. But, other than that, hope you guys have a good night. And let's see, it looks like don't expect any new battery inverter that shock you. Do you expect any new battery or figure might as well answer because of it. Do you expect any new battery or inverter that shock you? I don't know of any new inverters that I've seen. I mean, you talking physically shock or as far as I see it, and I'm like, wow, okay, that's badass. I haven't seen anything as far as an inverter or a battery that I've seen coming out that I'm like, ooh, this is amazing. I got to have it, or this is going to change the game, or whatever. It just seems like everything right now is a little bit better, a little bit better, or a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger. That's kind of where everything is going. Just, again, a little bit bigger is kind of where everything is going right now. But you think that 2 DPUs with Smart Home Panel 2 is enough to run a 3,500 square foot home, or should I get another DPU to make it there, or to make it 3? 3,500 square foot home, I mean, if you're just running essentials, sure. But it all depends on what you're trying to run. To run everything, even 3 DPUs, if you don't have a lot of sun and you're trying to run air conditioner, dryer, all the lights, all the stuff. If you have an EV, then 3 DPUs isn't even going to cover it. 90 kilowatt hours will not be enough. If you're just trying to load shed, take off top of the bill, then sure, that can definitely help because then it's running your lights, it's running your refrigerator. It can be running a lot of other essential loads. Like I have an under sink water heater. It runs that as well as it clicks on and off. My washing machine, that also goes on there. My dishwasher, all of that stuff is ran off of here. And also I plug in my EVs every night into this. But a 3,500 square foot home, I'm in a 1,800 and something square foot home. 3,500 square foot is also another thing, is a 2-story, because 2-story is so much more inefficient, right? Because the heat goes up, the cold stays down. So you're going to need probably a 3rd stack depending on what it is you're really trying to accomplish. And because when you say run a 3,500 square foot home, that could mean so much. But that kind of gives you an idea. But thanks for the tip about not grid tie batteries and not update Edison. Yeah, I have Enphase system, but not batteries. Yeah, so going to do the transfer switch setup and battery. Good advice. Awesome. It works. I mean, I've been using it. I know a lot of other people have been doing that exact same setup behind me. It's super simple. It's quick, and the cost is minimal, and it's reliable. So there are that are better than current offerings. Night, my man. I have to run. David, all right. Awesome talking to you. Something badass. Do you expect high voltage products to start? Um, you know what? Honestly, the high voltage stuff might start taking off because the DPU behind me is a high voltage item, right? The EG4 is 48 volt. This is 100 volt. And then if you look at the new Anker product that just came out, it's 400 volt. And so when you get up into the higher voltages, you get more efficiency. You can run smaller wiring. Um, so, and you know who else is 400 volt is LG. LG also has a 400 volt system. And was there one more? I think there's one more. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I bet we probably see a new generation of high voltage stuff come out because again, the energy efficiency. It's kind of like matching up with the cars are, right? The EV cars are high voltage. Um, so I mean, what is the voltage on the cars? They're up there around 300-400 volt. So it's very possible we see next generation of, let's say, EcoFlow, right? Maybe they go to after DPUX has been out for what, a good year and a half. They go to another system, maybe like this, that ends up being 400 volt system, just like the Anker Solix thing, which I forgot about the Anker Solix. I still have that outside too. There's another 6 kilowatts. Um, so would recommend running a DPU outside for my pull pumps or get the new Anker. DPU is not an outside unit at all unless it's in an enclosed area. It needs to have protection against weather. It can be around some humidity, that's fine. Not like super damp, like like a sauna or something like that. But if you need it outside, the Anker one is the way to go. That's the huge advantage of the Anker E10. It's outside right now. I left it outside after the review. It's just been sitting out there. It got snowed on. It got rained on. I'm going to let it bake in the summer and just get destroyed and see how well it does and do in a review. Now I'm not using it as much as I want to because I don't know what to put the power anymore. I have so much power being made. I don't know what to do with it. So it's full and then I drain it and then it gets full and then I drain it and I use it for some loads. I plug my trailer into it and here and there and so it's hard to use it. And plus, I only have one battery. One battery kind of sucks. I told them to send me another, but they don't want to. So I told them to, kind of, okay, well, fine, screw you then, whatever. Because you can't get the full, power out of it and everything like that. So it's kind of, I don't know. But yeah, so Anker, so far that it's such a simplistic system of the E10 unit from Anker. It's not really any type of frills or anything. It's one of those systems, kind of like almost like an Enphase or a Tesla or whatever. You bolt it to the wall or you put it wherever you put it and you kind of forget about it. The DPUs are kind of like, you look at them once in a while, you plug stuff into them once in a while, you do stuff with them. And it seems like, but the Anker it just seems like that's a unit you plug it in and you forget about it and you just let it run and do its thing and that's it. So, but yeah, if you're gonna have to do all your pull pumps and stuff like that, the Anker thing I think is the way to go. And if it has enough power, because the inverter is smaller, then again, if it works, then I would definitely go with the Anker thing since it is outdoor rated fully. So I want to charge all my EV from solar through DPU and DPUX. Well, what did I do? Give me a second. Dropping stuff. I charge my EVs with all this right back here, and I run my house. So the only things that I don't run are the dryer, the air conditioner, the air handler is ran on all of this, but not the actual AC unit itself. And that's mainly what I did with my kilowatt credits. I took all those kilowatt credits and I use those and I bank them. And then when the summertime comes, I'm generating a ton more solar on the grid tie system. I have all the kilowatt credits. So then when I'm running the AC unit, the air handler part only draws about 800 watts when it's running. But if I was to have the whole thing on there, it would probably be like, I haven't measured it in a while, but I think it was like 3,000 watts. I have a smaller air conditioner. It's not super big. It's like a 2.5 ton, which they undersized it for my house. Yeah, although it works good and it's an older one. And the guy said, don't ever get rid of it. He's all, as long as that thing works, run it. But those are really some of the only things I don't have in there. And like 2 or 3, like the bedrooms. I don't have the bedrooms on the transfer switch either, which probably going to add those. But those are loads that I continue to run and pull power from the energy company because I don't want to have it at 000 all the time. I want power to still come in, but I just want less because I don't want to knock on the door and have to explain what I'm doing. Most people draw too much power, and then that throws flags of either you have some kind of a grow going on or you have some kind of an extra power draw that you don't know about. But when you get the amount of power that I'm not using over the history of the house, and then all of a sudden you get all this extra credit out of nowhere, but you didn't apply for a new solar system put on, but yet there is a new solar system put on, but it's not grid tied. All of that starts to look a little weird. So hence I don't kind of take away anymore like the air conditioner or the dryer. I leave those big loads once in a while just to kind of let them see power being sucked. Kind of I'm using power or something. So, but anyway, that's what I'm doing right now. Anyway, but how good is the EcoFlow Smart Panel 3, or would you wait until the next smart panel? Well, I wouldn't get obviously the Smart Home Panel 2 or the 1. Obviously, the 3 is by far much better design all the way across the board. But in And this is what I tell people. I think the Smart Home Panel 3 is good. Could it be a little bit better? Yeah. I don't think the improvements on the next one will be significantly better. It'll just probably be like, okay, we could have improved this hardware. We could have improved these mounting points. We could have improved this or whatever, and maybe better firmware or something. But if you want the panel because you want full automations, I think that's the reason to get it. If you want everything automated, you can do everything from your phone. You don't have to worry about this and that. If the power goes out, it automatically switches. You can do time of use. You can all the automations and things that you want to do through the app, you can do, and you don't have to worry about it as long as it's working properly. Most people don't have any issues with it. I know a few people that do have some issues with it, but I also know some people who are trying to run too many different things. Oh, I have my Delta Pros plugged into one port. I have my DPU into this one, and I have the DPUX into this one. You're mixing too much stuff that I don't think it was really designed to do. They're just trying to make it work. When, the Smart Home Panel 3 is meant for DPU and DPUX only. Just put those things in there, not Delta Pro 3, not original Delta Pro. All these things that they're trying to mix and match to get them to work properly. It just, I don't know. I don't think it works well myself, but EcoFlow has an outdoor system, but it's not portable or cheap. Yeah, they have their EcoFlow Ocean series, I think. I think the Ocean series is the outdoor one. And yeah, and it's not portable, it's not cheap. That one's more, that system I think is meant more to compete with like the LG, the LG stuff, the Enphase stuff, the Tesla stuff, because I think Enphase now has outdoor rated batteries as well. And then, of course, it's also like trying to go with the EG4 outdoor batteries like these, or some of the other outdoor rated batteries that are available now. And you're going to start seeing more and more of that stuff too. That's because they realize that not everybody can put their stuff inside. They have nowhere to put it. So putting it outside also makes some people feel better that it's not inside their home technically. And then at least if it's going to burn up, it's outside, and maybe they have more time to run, evacuate, grab some stuff. I don't know, because if it's inside the home and it starts burning, it's going to take off like a bat out of hell, but I don't know. So do you have a mini split for your garage to keep it cool? Darn right I do. It's right over there. And it's ran off of solar on that transfer switch right there. It's not running. Oh, it is running right now. I had it on, no wonder it's getting cold in here. I had it on air conditioning because it was kind of warm in here when I started, and I wanted to turn it down a little bit. But yeah, so that's it right now, running. It's 64, and it's only drawing 220 watts at the moment. Oops. So yeah, not much power, but I'm going to actually turn that off. But during the summertime, like all three of these systems back here are full. They're all like 100%. I make too much power. I overbuilt, which, whatever. but also because with the RV plugged in, it pumps in so much more solar. But that mini split, once it gets warm, it runs pretty much 24/7. I never turn it off. It'll probably start up around May, and I probably won't shut it off for quite a while. But thank you for answering my question. You're welcome. um, but yeah, the mini splits are good. I don't know if I would buy the same EG4 unit that does the solar and everything, because I did have solar plugged into it. At least for me personally, it's still a good unit, and it still, I think, has a valuable place depending on where you need it. For me, I found out the hybrid mini split that you can put solar into, you can run it just off of solar. That's it. You can put it out in the middle of a field, put four, solar panels onto it, and it'll fire up right there. You don't need AC or nothing, which is totally cool. But here's one of the things I found is that, let's just say I had 4, 5, 6 solar panels plugged into it for no reason, and those solar panels are generating, kind of, you want to build this system around the mini split. Let's say I have 12 or 1400 watts. Well, there might be days where I don't need to run the mini split for very long, or maybe not very hard, and I have 12 or 1300 watts available power, but I'm only using 200, 300, maybe 400 at max. Well, the rest of that is getting wasted. And so instead of having the solar panels plugged into the mini split, I decided, well, I would rather just take the extra solar and either dump it into the house somehow, or either into the batteries. So I ended up, realizing that I would rather just, instead of building a system for the mini split itself, I rather would just build a bigger off-grid system, hence the roof solar that I have feeding all this stuff that you see behind me, hence the off-grid system. And now I did take advantage of some of that stuff during the time that we had the solar shop. So I was able to buy the solar panels, pretty darn cheap. And I was able to buy some of the wiring and supplies and this and that real darn cheap. I mean, it cost me, like a third of what it would cost anybody else, because I'm paying cost on a lot of the product and stuff back then. So I was able to take advantage of, of that particular thing. And, it's funny, I told somebody that. I said, well, because we had the solar shop and stuff, I was able to take advantage of this particular item at the time. And they're like, well, that's crap. You can take advantage of this. Da 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 da. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I know people that work at the airport and they get to fly for free all the time, and I have to pay full price. So, I mean, how is that fair? But again, it's, you get discounts on what you do. If you work at a dental office, I know a lot of people that get their teeth whitened and stuff for pennies on the dollar, and their dental care is free or minimal. If you work at Disneyland, you get in free, and all this other stuff. So I happen to work in solar, so I got good deals on solar. So it's, it's kind of weird. That person was just like, well, it's crap, blah, blah, blah. And hey, I don't know, if you're a CHP, you get to haul ass down the freeway and nobody says anything. I don't know, but hey, is what it is. But okay, I think it's definitely time to wrap it up. We just hit 4 hours. That's actually really cool that a lot of you stuck around for that long. So it is definitely now time to say goodbye. This time it's for real, because I have stuff to do and I got to get up early and all those other things. So I hope everybody had a good time hanging out and us chatting. And I hope I answered some of your questions as you guys listen to me ramble on about all kinds of different things and just whatever. But I promise I will do this again soon, much sooner than the 1 year that I did, I think, the last one. And again, I'll get a collaboration effort going with some of those other guys, which we hope to do somewhere around probably later summer. And I think that'll be really fun for everybody, because it'll have a lot of different topics that we'll be able to cover, and experiences and more. So other than that, third time's a charm, running on coffee, which I am out of coffee, and you can probably see my eyes are now starting to get tired. So definitely time to say goodbye. Here's my hand going over here to the button. And everybody, I hope you have a very wonderful night. I hope you are all having a great weekend as well. And definitely check out the upcoming video. I will say Wiedersehen and whatever else you say goodbye and all that other stuff. But this time, I'm out of here. Thank you and good night.